If fighting was a god, I would worship him. I would bow to him. I would pray for victory. For he only grants opportunities. But behind every god lurks a devil. And the devil wants me to take a dive. My name is Annatomic. And this is how my legend was made.
When footsteps fall in eldritch hollows, and specters flee into the shadows, that is the time when horror's heroes abound, culling the ghouls that go bump in the night. When footsteps fall in eldritch hollows, and specters flee into the shadows, that is the time when horror's heroes abound, culling the ghouls that go bump in the night.
Good morning, come on in. Coffee's good, fresh and hot. There's a waffle in the baker on the grill. We're making bacon. You're always welcome back.
Charge! From the heart of Lovecraft country and the birthplace of American religious liberty, my name is Jonathan Jetty. You're watching Jonathan Jetty Art, and welcome back the late night waffleage. It is time. It is time, man. That's how you got to do things. You got to fire up a stream every now and again to bring the waffleage back. It's spooky season. I feel like I have been absolutely swamped with all these different things I'm working on, including getting Nosfero ready. Hang on a minute. What is going on here? That ain't right. That ain't right. I have a job to do. I had one job. Let's get that going for a minute. So it's spooky season. Very excited about it. And of course, I have my loop of trailers that I try to have playing on the television there just to create a little atmosphere for you guys. I'm getting my books all set up, and I couldn't be happier with how things are coming together. Let me move this over so you guys can see. I've got some of my favorite books over there next to the television. Of course, I've got the creature from a Black Lagoon hanging out here. Oh, is it low? Let me check. Because sometimes the volume is low. I did not check it, so let me look here. Like I said, this is not a professional outfit. I try to make it one. Oh, yeah, it's low. Hang on a second. Let me see here. Is it low? Nah, yeah, it's low. How's that? Is that better? Can you guys hear me a little better? Could be also because maybe the mic's turned the wrong way. No, it's all right. There you go. So hopefully that's a little bit better. But yeah, so I've been getting excited about it. I want to send out, even though it's 35 minutes past, I have to make sure I say this. I want to wish a happy 20th birthday to my two kids, my amazing kids, my son and daughter. I'm hoping you guys are having a wonderful birthday and have had a wonderful birthday day. I sang happy birthday to both of them over the phone. It's required by law as a dad, but I couldn't be prouder of you guys, and I so glad that God brought you into my life. So there you have it. So, much love to those guys. Missing them like crazy, though, I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah, so here's the stuff I've been up to. So, I'm getting Nosfero is all, together for print, and gonna be, the next stage of that is going to be, let me see, yeah, we don't need professionalism where we're going. My other favorite one is, you can't even see the rails from here. We're so far off the rails. But yeah, getting Nosfero wrapped up, working on Springball, but really trying to focus on the fact that Nosfero is gone. I'm no longer saying closing, because there's the 30-day closeout. Yeah, what is this professionalism you speak of? Bruce Campbell's chin. Speaking of you and Bruce Campbell's chin, both of the comic books that I've got, Nosfero is gone in 15 days. I don't want to hear anybody saying, oh man, I would have loved to have the art edition. I know. But for the folks who were begging for me to do a second chance campaign, they're ready for me to ship this thing, those first day backers. So I've got to get it going on. But both of these books are absolutely about H.P. Lovecraft. So I thought I would do something. And so there's Necronomicons, there's grimoires in them, and all of that kind of stuff. But Springball has gone so full Evil Dead, I couldn't be happier, man. The story has jumped up to 30 pages. And gosh, just a short while ago, I remember thinking about doing Nosfero as a fully painted comic book. And I thought, how am I going to get, over 30 pages of painted story? And I think when I came back to Springball, it was the attitude for me was, or at least the feeling was, that I felt so comfortable with that format. And it'll probably at some point in my work process, it may go up, it may go much further up. And thank you, Comics Legend, for the happy birthday. They grow up so fast, don't they? Oh yeah, we were sending each other tear-inducing photos of the little people of Stonehenge, as we like to call them. And yeah, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. I mean, I've talked to so many dads with young kids about it, and I remember hearing parents tell me this, and everybody says the same thing. It goes so fast. Yeah, Klaatu, Verata. No. Bruce Campbell's chin, you're absolutely right. That is how we get things done around here. And I'm sure you can probably, actually, can you see this? It's a little dicey, but if you look in the very back right there, behind this, the Shin Godzilla statue, that's actually my copy of the Necronomicon. So I do actually have a Necronomicon back there, just in case you're worried, just in case you're wondering. That is the case. So let me see who's here. We got Bruce Campbell's chin here, channel member. It's great to see you. We've got Emo Trash in the house. We've got Comics Legend here saying happy birthday. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for that. Let me see. Shant Leby utilizing AI to create animations of Nosfero and Springball. I have not thought of that yet. I'm sure somebody is going to mess around with that at some point, but I'll look into it. It seems interesting. And I like, I was teaching myself this past week how to really get comfortable using a gimbal. I'm still working on it because I want to do some more videos. But yeah, man, so much cool stuff I want to learn how to do. It's not even funny. I'm working on a documentary right now that I've always wanted to do. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today just in general. But if you haven't yet backed Nosfero, the Second Chance campaign, the Oxidized edition, and the Art edition have completely different bonus features than the first book. And it is such a beautiful, uplifting, Hammer horror-inspired story. It's got, the Lovecraft elements that I love about, my favorite Lovecraft stories. Particularly, I'd say the Dunwich Horror is my favorite story that has influenced certain elements of Nosfero, and Shadow over Innsmouth, another one of my stories that I love, is the bigger influence for Springball. But that's, I would say Call of Cthulhu has a little bit more in Nosfero. But though that book is closing out, it's got brand new bonus features and an art edition that I don't even know if we'll have that again. Documentary, when did you get fancy? Yeah, I've been working on that stuff. Emo knows where the fun's at. Of course, that's right. I love that, man, to this day, man. That's like one of my favorite things. So I've got a bunch of stuff that I've been working on because I want to be able to walk you guys around the studio with my camera and not just have it locked down. And I think that I want to be able to show you guys, which I'm going to be doing today, books and all these things. So here's what I thought would be fun today, because we have 15 days left, and then I close Nosfero for good. No more back and none of that other stuff. I thought it would be fun, dare I say. Man, I almost want to try out my gimbal on this thing, but I'm worried I'm going to mess up the camera and the stream. We'll have to see. Maybe I got a bad feeling about that. I don't think that's going to work. It would be nice because of the glare. It would help with the glare. So here's the thing I wanted to talk about today. So I don't know how many years ago. Let me look at the book here, because I know I painted it in 2019. Oh my gosh. So in 2019, after being in and around Comicsgate and all of the excitement, the stuff that was happening here, and also just getting to learn about Indiegogo and watching all of that stuff happen. What's up, Glass Machine? How are you doing, brother? It's great to see you, man. I decided that I wanted to try to crowdfund an art book, because I could see where, although it went worse than I thought it was going to go, but I could see what was starting to happen in academia and in college. And even though I had a full-time job working as a college professor, and I had all of that stuff, the culture on college campuses changed. And I know, in light of what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 months, people are really becoming aware of how terrifying that stuff is. And I realized that I had, before I came into Comicsgate and was, even aware of it, because I was just working on concept art for a friend of mine's project, I started an Instagram. And it was the first time I put my artwork out there. And people just went nuts. At its height, I think it was $30-something thousand. It's I don't even know how to describe it. It was people were just suddenly reacting to my artwork, and I thought, I need to launch an art book. And so I named the art book Autonomous Treks, because that's what it was about. I was going on a journey that was not tied to any of the colleges I taught. My fan base was largely people who just saw my artwork and reacted to it, which is, there's no better compliment. They were seeing that stuff, because mostly when I work in concept art, it's somewhat anonymous. So this is the first art book I did. I did the graphic design, the layout, and I said, I'm going to do a bunch of new paintings inspired by the stuff that I love. Nods to giant gorillas and nods to various babes. And of course, the intro is by my brother. And that's the only way you're going to ever really get this this intro, is if you get Autonomous Treks. And so I just began doing illustration work in my painting style that I was already doing on my Instagram, and where my fan base came from. So I knew I would have to do painted stuff, because that's what people were reacting to. And so this is one of the many nods to the Goonies that I did. So this is giant tortoise, because I'm obsessed with Galapagos tortoises. I always just thought they were cool animals. So I put this together, and I said, all right, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to just play around with all the stuff I love, including gators. You got to watch out for gators. And maybe, you never know. That could have been a nod to gators, if you know what I mean. Comics, gators. And then I just started messing around with various characters. So this was inspired by, Red Tails and the Tuskegee Airmen, which I was very into and still am very into aviation. So this is actually sort of based on one of their symbols. And I want to try to do that. I want to try to illustrate various animals. Of course, sexy babes are a must. I was looking at various models used by Pose Space and art models. And so this is a model named Netta that I've used for a bunch of different things, a bunch of different illustrations. And then I was just kind of like, I had the opportunity, basically people were backing my book and saying, just make a bunch of cool paintings. And that's what we want to buy. And I was trying, someone said to me, my brother said to me, Shanth, it's like you did an art book backwards. Instead of doing all of these paintings that you had a whole career for and then collecting them in an art book, it's like you imagined what an art book would look like if it had a collection of your work and then made the artwork to fill it in, trying to make it as best as you could. And so this is my love of King Kong, and Son of Kong is kind of influenced by this. And I created this giant creature. And and thank you, Glass Machine, man. I appreciate that, brother. Did you make $1 billion on your books? I've been not around for a bit. No, I wish I'd made $1 billion. Let's see here. Is she net use some money? I don't know. Let me see here. Did that work? Oh, darn it. There it is. There we go. Finally, something good to watch. Thank you, Immoral 40 ounce from your Fat 40 ounce from your lips to God's ears. But I wanted to play around with scale. And so what I had was, I had this babe, I don't know if you can see her, who's jumping down from this tree with a giant axe. And she was coming to the rescue. So I wanted to create this jungle girl type character story. And so this is another painting that I did right here. And I've got the originals over there. If you guys see any of these and you want me to grab the originals, they're over there. That's the cool thing about this stuff. Let me see. And so this one I love. I don't know if any of you guys remember the show Johnny Sacco and the Giant Robot that used to play on TV, the live-action kaiju movie. Johnny Sacco and his Flying Robot, I think is what it was called. I loved that show. There's also some Star Trek nods in here. But I wanted to do an illustration where I kind of made a more detailed version of Johnny Sacco and the Giant Robot kind of thing. Give this guy a sword, have a, decapitated lizard sort of king. Lizard people were a factor. And this is, this right here is an example of like how fast the years go. When I did my first art book, I asked both of my kids to pose for me for illustration. So this is the age my son was when this book came out, and I got him to pose for me because I always tried to put my kids in my books if I could. In some shape, form, or fashion, or some kind of nod to them. So yeah, that's a big part of that. And so yeah, there's a picture of Ace right there. That's not his actual name; it's his nickname. But anyway, and so yeah, I used him for reference. And then here's another one page after another. So here's one based on many Star Trek episodes. The arena, and then what was the one where they got teleported and they had to be gladiators? And then I had a picture, they were very tiny, these guys, but that was a picture of my daughter. And I made her look like she was one of the characters in the story trying to rescue my take on Flash Gordon. And so, yeah, so I had reference. What's up, Buzz? How you doing, Mr. Acevedo? I hope you were doing well. And so, yeah, man, it was a really fun thing for me to work on. And so I just kept taking these things, and I was like, I just want to play with the idea of what I love about illustration, which is sexy women, heroes and creatures. And that was one of the things. Yeah, she takes care of her dad. This kid's very respectful. And in real life, let me say something if I can. My best Halloween buddy in the world is my son. He is my Halloween buddy. I can't say it any better than that, man. But my daughter is also one of my enablers, and she actually, when she learned how much I liked funnel cake. She learned how to make me funnel cake. I mean, that's got to be all-time great. Oh, and I think a lot of you guys know this. She also knit me a Nosfero figure over there. You can't lose, man. These guys are great. And my son actually designed the castle that's going to be in the second Nosfero book. So here's another look right here. When I was growing up in Chattanooga, they used to have the Thunderbirds come and perform. So I was kind of doing a nod to, Frazetta and spaceships and all that stuff. But I made the spaceship into a Thunderbird sort of plane. And then I was still playing around with those, with a little Harryhausen nod with the shield. I was playing around with those lizard people. Lizard people. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, man. I am so glad to hear you are doing well. Yeah, dates, lizards, and love. Yeah, this is what it's about. This is what it's about, Okay, so this one, some of you guys may have seen me post this on X recently. But this was, when I was looking at the creature design done by Crash McCreary on M. Night Shyamalan's movies. Even movies like, with so much love and respect, man. But Lady in the Water, for me, is one of the most unwatchable movies. I cannot watch that movie, and I love the creature designs in it. They would make great figures. But I really love the movie The Village. I think it's a movie that when parents see it, if you haven't watched it in a while, if you're a parent, that movie will get you, man. But it's I loved the ideas in that movie and the creatures in that movie, and I just was like, I gotta do something. So that piece is, believe it or not, called Buzz, yeah. I own that movie. I've tried. The creature designs are great. What in God's name am I watching? Came to mind. Our Thunderbirds and Blue Angels would frequent our local airport. I knew what you meant. Yeah. Sorry. Thunderbirds and Blue Angels would frequent our local airport. Gotcha. Here's another great creature designer, Mike Hill, who did Frankenstein for Guillermo del Toro, and I did a painting of in silver, gold, and regular paint. I did a painting of the creature from The Shape of Water. And I wanted to use the watercolor to play around and do all of this stuff. What's up, Bruce Campbell's Chin? What do we got? Thank God I've never seen it. Too busy watching good movies. Yeah, it's an experience. It's an experience. The funny thing about that man, is M. Night Shyamalan has made some absolutely incredible movies, and I always try to it's so easy when someone like makes movies that aren't that good or whatever. He's made like movies, at least, let's see, Unbreakable, I love. Sixth Sense, I love. Signs, I really love Signs. For like a million reasons, but it's one of the most beautiful films about faith, I think, ever. The Village, I didn't like when it came out. I've seen Glass, similar feelings there. Very frustrating movie, very frustrating end, man. Let me see here. What was it? Which one did I do? Oh, The Village. I didn't like it when it came out. I remember where I was when I saw it. I saw it in Chattanooga. And I think it's because I went in there to see a suspense film, and it was not. This right here is Kong versus Goldzilla. So this right here is a painting that I did, again, with gold and silver paint, and just really playing around with, let me see if I can make this work, playing around with, shoot, I can't believe I've even bothered with this, because I could probably get the painting, and actually, no, I can't, I don't know this one. Someone bought this painting. Let me see here. Oh, there you go. That's a little bit better. But here's the detail. So when you get these art books, that's what you're getting, and this is what Nosfero is. We can't be friends anymore. Awesome one. There you go. Oh, my God. People, it's dividing people. People are falling apart, man, because of this stuff. Okay, so there's that. Then this, of course, a nod to one of my favorite movies of all time. I remember when I sent this to Shane, I sent him an image of this, and I was like, oh, dude, I'm a huge Godzilla fan. So, yeah, this painting is titled, God, what was it? Oh, Allies by Chance, Brothers by Choice is what I called this. So, inspired by what I love, and just playing around with that cartoony Godzilla sort of stuff was fun. Then we've got, of course, this one, which I love. What is this one called? Oh, yeah. Caldera of Change. Boy, I must have been on something when I came up with that title. But I wanted to paint, I'm fascinated by Yellowstone, and I wanted to paint, you know, all of these crazy, like, you know, vents and caldera and really, you know, get the color to work on the water. And then, of course, I decided to paint scales, which was a major part of Nosfero and the craziness of painting that book. When the last white rhino died, I wanted to paint him, Sudan, the white rhino. So, of course, I just had a, you know, I'm still me. I'm still going to paint what I'm into, you know. But I painted him, and then I wanted to make it a little bit more fun. Man, I like Split a lot, man. I think Split's great. I could talk about that movie like crazy, but hey, you know, people are going to react to movies differently. That's kind of the fun thing about what we do, more than anything. I love this one. This was an ode to my wife and motherhood. When your kids start to get bigger, and you're you know, you're trying to protect them from threats. Daddy's coming to the rescue here, but it's like giant. Because it is the son of Kong, giant baby gorilla. She's trying to get to higher ground. And there's this model that I use on PostSpace, and she's just fantastic. I think she's a gymnast. And she does other things because she's got that kind of like just athletic enough build, but not too athletic. And of course, you know, there's obviously liberty with all this stuff. And it was so fun to paint her. So fun to paint her. And so, yeah, I've been doing... that was my favorite part of it. I started painting these whole Jungle Girl things, and that included just playing around with, like, you know, skull crawlers and Kong and stuff like that, and then having this gal swinging an axe. Yeah, an ode to my wonderful children shows a monkey. Hey, listen, they would totally understand. They know how much I love. I love. My son and I watched Son of Godzilla and Son of Kong. Like, they know how much I love that. That's my highest compliment. So here I had a giant, the giant gorilla fighting a giant crocodile. Oh, good. I have a close. And by the way, I should point this out. When you get my art books, on one side, you're going to get the full painting. On the opposite side, what you get is something very particular. This is cropped because it's the artwork at original size. So I always wanted to have half of my art book show you what the brush strokes looked like, because it's the same thing with Nosfero. You want to get the resolution to such a quality. You want to use a high-end art book printer, at least for these books, you know, where they are now. With, like, this paper is so heavy stock, and that's, like, the weight of these is a big factor. What's up, Steph Lyra? How are you doing? Wow, Shanth, I didn't know you were such a talented paleo artist. Thank you. I don't know how good I am, but I will take the compliment. And so here's the giant gorilla, and then what I had down here, continuing to play with scale, is an underwater view, and you can see the baby gorilla, 3 baby albino alligators, and then there's mom again. There's the jungle girl, not really mom, but adoptive, beautiful. You need to have a beautiful woman in this stuff sometimes, you know? There she is trying to pull him to safety, which, again, another nod to Mrs. Engetti and the struggles of when your kids get bigger. And that's one of those things that I love about it, you know? So here's the cover image. I didn't know what the cover of this book was going to be, and then I just started painting this, and I went, this is the image. And you can see these things come together on my Instagram going back to 2018 or 19. But yeah, just the idea of, you know, that kind of beautiful, sexy, Art Nouveau, super colorful work is a big part of everything I do. Now, you probably recognize this image if you know my channel. The logo for my channel is me painting this image in process. So there is that painting, and then there's, of course, was obsessed with Komodo dragons. And there's the full painting right there. And so, yep, tiger, burning bright. You know it. Yeah, those colors were nuts. Okay, my personal favorite painting I've ever done, and if you back Nosfero, you will have a small version of this painting in that book. So my wife wrote the intro for Nosfero. Both editions of the book is going to have her intro in it. And this was a painting that sort of described how I felt about being a dad and wanting to take care of her as she's being overwhelmed by the little ones. So I have the giant gorilla hand, and then the sleeping baby gorilla, and then I don't know if that mom would survive that. And then the beautiful woman there lying in the palm of the hand with the baby resting on top. I love this painting so much. It's not wildly detailed, but it's one of my favorite paintings I think I've ever done. Just something came together when I was doing this. The idea just sort of worked. And you can see, oh gosh, 2018, man, that feels like a lifetime ago. But I knew this painting was going to be special as I started working on it. What is up, Waylam? How are you doing? Looks mean. That's right. We're going. It's some crazy stuff. We're doing crazy stuff here. So when you get one, and that's the last painting in the art book. But when you get my books, they always have bonus features. So this is a photograph of my palette of paints that I was using during the making of all of this artwork. This is what it looked like. Yeah, she absolutely is a superhero, no doubt. Yeah, and as my kids can tell you, I did drop off every morning of actually not even just school, from daycare to the end of elementary school. That was my gig, getting them ready every morning, making sure they had something to eat, getting them ready to go and dropping them off at school every single day for that whole time. And I'll tell you something. When they went to middle school and started taking the bus, the first time I drove past that elementary school, man, my heart just dipped. I was like, oh, miss those guys. So yeah, so here's where I talk about how I work, what I use, and then show how a clean palette looks when you start. And that was just something I wanted to do because people were asking me about that a lot. And then here's the bonus features, which really are the fun part of all my books. Nosfero's, both editions of that have different bonus features, so you will never get double dipped in that. And here's the sketch. You can see the design of me putting this together on gray palette paper. There's the initial start on the paper right there. Yeah, and I got to put that on screen because I like that comment. It's good. And what's up, Wylam? How are you doing, man? Let me see here. Yep, Tiger Birdie Bright says, awesome one. You painted yourself more than the canvas. Yeah, I did. Mike, that was crazy. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make, how do I put it? You got to get messy to make great stuff. You've got to be reaching for something, and you can't be too precious. You got to just really make it happen, and it's why I'm able to do the things I do. Look at this stuff. Isn't this crazy? Like, here's a process breakdown of these various images. You get 1, 2, 3 there. 1, 2, 3. And I did that on the Nosfero Art Edition has something, and then there's the last page right there. A nice detailed shot. I'd forgotten that's what I chose for the last page. That's kind of interesting. I didn't think about that. All right. So now, this book has the beginnings, although he's quite tiny and emaciated. I don't know what I was doing. I was trying to figure out the character. I don't like what happened with the anatomy. Oh my god, yeah. I love Basil Gogos, man. Love Basil Gogos. In fact, comics legend, there is my Basil Gogos book as a source of inspiration. Waiting right there. And, oh, there's Basil on the wall. That's his 2010 Wolfman painting he did for the Benicio del Toro Wolfman painting. Love Basil Gogos. I've seen his work in person. I've seen his originals. They're incredible. And there's actually a video of me touring a gallery showing his stuff. And I get up close on them because they're beautiful. So this book will never be available after this Nosfero campaign. The highest tier on the Nosfero campaign, I think, which is the Crypt Walker Treasure Trove, I think is what it's called. That is the only place where you get the last few copies of this book. Because it was my second book, and the first book sells more than and this book came out real quick after book one. It didn't have as high of a print run. And I don't print like tons of extras because it's got to fit where I live. And so this book is the rarest book. It's only available in that tier. I can't sell it individually. It's gone. All my copies that I could ship or put on a campaign are gone after this. So this book was available as an add-on for... I'm sorry, no, it wasn't. This had its own campaign. It was an add-on on the first Nosfero book. And now it's the last time you're going to be able to get this as an add-on. So it's the initial sketches of Nosfero when I didn't know who he was going to be. And this is the book that has a lot of my horror paintings and my first painted, attempts at comic book pages, which I wasn't sure I was going to do. And so here, right here, is one of my favorite paintings. A lot of people like this. Oh my gosh, yeah, I love Del Toro's stuff. I went and saw his the exhibit of his Bleak House stuff up in Toronto. We flew to Canada to go check his stuff out. But this right here, Franken-Kong, is one of my favorite paintings I've done. I went nuts on this thing. Absolutely crazy, man. Absolutely crazy stuff. And just a really cool, fun design that I wanted to do. Let me see here. Who did this introduction? Oh, introduction by my brother Cameron Scott Davis. He's the concept artist who worked on Guitar Hero and a former student of mine. Terrific guy. And, yeah, one of my brothers, as he says right there. Good dude. So, here is, of course, a diaphanous nightgown, because you guys know how it is. Diaphanous nightgown started in this book. This book has so many firsts. There are only 3 available, says Comics Legend. Don't miss your chance. Isn't that crazy? Ah, man. I cannot believe how fast those things went. Thank God. Okay, guys. Let me take a second here, because I want to talk a little bit about putting these campaigns together. I had a moment where I had all these... I know in my head how much I have to do, how organized I have to be to the best of my ability, doing everything else, because I do everything on these campaigns, even packing up the boxes, and all that stuff. I knew I'd have to be organized. I knew I'd have to be together with this stuff, and I had all the boxes of the first art book, and I knew I had a box of the second art book, enough to cover the orders for the first Nosfero campaign. And the reason why I know I have enough for this campaign is because when I went to go and grab the Rigor Mortrex copies, I went to the first box of extra books. It was book 1, Autonomous Treks. Then I went to the second box that I had, and I only had 5 boxes. It was all Autonomous Treks. Dug under it, was like, oh my God. Went to the third box, all Autonomous Treks. I'm sitting here going, what am I going to do? Like, I have on the campaign, first printings, Rigor Mortrex, book 2. I'm going to have to go back to print to get these books. Like, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to have to reach out to people? The very last box I opened was just Rigor Mortrex in an unopened box. I was losing it when I got to that. I was... Oh my God. I was like, because I tend to count things like 20 or 30 times because I'm terrified of miscounting. Do I accept vital organs as payment? No, I wouldn't know what to do with them. And you need your vital organs. That's why they're vital, Bruce Campbell's chin. We got to keep you alive, man. Yep, the campaign is still active. Yeah, Springball is still active, and Nosfero is pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, if you haven't checked out the Nosfero campaign, actually, let me see if I can. I haven't done this in a bit, but I should. Let me see here. Let's do, and it just crossed 17K, which is amazing for the second chance. But I mean, I'd love to see it move, but it's got to be, in the next 15 days, guys, and it's got to be closed because people want this book. Let me switch here. What am I doing? Okay, this is a pain. One sec, guys. One sec. There we go. All right, so now all I gotta do is... God, this is annoying. Sorry for the exciting entertainment, but as you know, we're exciting here. That is what we do. That is what we do. All right, so now I'm gonna do... What does my desktop even look like right now? Okay, I think this will work. All right, so here we go. Nope. Screen share. See if that's doing anything. Hey, look at that. All right, so here is, and let me switch that to, here it is. Nope, I don't need entire screen. I just need Google Chrome. There we go. Google Chrome, Nosfero the Crypt Walker's second chance in art edition. If you have not gotten it yet, guys, it is closing October 31st. Here's the cover for the art edition. This cover has been changed to a brand new cover, which you can see in the trailer, which I will play again. If you back the art edition, I hand lettered the type for Nosfero on the cover. So you're going to get the original hand lettering on just Nosfero. The Crypt Walker I did add in later, but it's just the book with no words on it and a lot of brand new bonus features. So there you go. This cover is a brand new cover, a badass cover. You guys are going to love it, but here it is with the script. I've even updated some of the script things to fix some typos. But yeah, this is the book. So if we go to the tiers, and not just the tears I cry, those are different tiers. You have got the, oh my gosh, only 2 out of 10 of those are great, gone, man. You've got the art edition and the painted head sketch commission. This ships worldwide. If there's a monster you want me to paint or whatever, I do a water-based media painting suitable for framing, and they are awesome. I call them painted sketches. They're paintings. If you know me, they're paintings. Then here it is, the big one, the Crypt Treasure Trove. 7 out of 10 of these have been sold. Every single first edition book you have, which is to say, just the second printing of Nosfero won't have this because it doesn't have a page for it, is going to have an inked head sketch in it. So every single book you have, when you get to the signatory page, I will sign it, and there will be... Oh, sorry, you can't see this, guys. Can you? Oh, no, no, you can't. Hold on a second. I will... Let me turn this off here. There we go. Oh, nope, that didn't work. Why is none of this working? Wait, where is it? Curse my metal body, I wasn't fast enough. Mercy. Wait a second. That one's on. No wonder, I was grabbing the wrong one. So right here on the signatory page, this closes on Halloween, Comics Legend. Closes on Halloween. Has to be the day I was baptized, believe it or not. Go back to 1976, you will see Halloween falls on a Sunday. So this right here, it's like perfect for this book, because this book is very Peter Cushing, as Van Helsing, Man of Faith, fighting, in this case, vampires, Nosferatu, and the Cthulhu mythos. But right here on the first editions, there's a signatory page. I sign there, and I do an inked head sketch. And that will be on each one of these books. So yes, do bear that in mind. That's why that tier is what it is. It's a seriously beautiful, beautiful tier. So let me see here. Let me turn this back on. And I'm going to lock it so I don't slide it all around. So let's see here. Crypt Walker Treasure Trove. And I don't know. Let me see what it has. Okay, here we go. Includes first printing of Nosfero, first printing of Art Book, first printing of Art Book 2, all signed, all the prints that I've done on any of the campaign, previous Nosfero campaign. So all the prints, the first printing bookmark, the art edition and second oxidized edition, all signed editions, including head sketches. This is the last time Shaun the Jedi Art Book 2, Rigor Mortrex, will be available to back. So you are getting 4 inked head sketches in the Treasure Trove. So it is just like very, very custom, very, very limited editions of the book. So if you have not grabbed it yet, grab it. There are 3 left, and they're just badass. Badass. And so, yeah, man, it's going to be beautiful. And the books are gorgeous. They're square bound. Damn it, I got to switch back to the camera. Sorry about that, guys. There we go. They are square bound. Beautiful, and you guys know what it sounds like when you've got paper like this, man. Beautiful stuff, because it's an art book, and because the people I'm having print, it's printed in the U.S.A. Very important. It's printed in the States, which is very important to me. And then it's on from a book company that prints art books. So I go back and forth with them, and they are great. Let me be clear. I do as many proofs as it takes for it to be beautiful and perfect with each one of these books. And they know my artwork, they know my colors, and they know my painting, so they know, what's up with it. So here we go. Let me see. Where the heck am I? So there's my brother Cameron's intro from 2020. We talked about this early Nosfero character idea. And here we go. Here's a Headless Horseman painting. Now, this was a fun painting to do. Because, of course, I've got a woman in a diaphanous nightgown. But I wanted to paint this painting so that it looked like, when you saw it, that he was carrying her away. But because he doesn't have a head, it looks like her head is where his head is. And then I had him running down this weird spiral staircase, and of course I wanted to throw a creepy little iguana lizard in there, because that, my friends, is how I roll. Really had fun with this one. This painting was called Thulustein, and this was another, back when I was thinking, what would Nosfero be like? Maybe he would have two 1911s, and have that kind of quality to him, like the Shadow, the Phantom, or any of those characters. He's going to end up having flintlocks instead, because he's much more Solomon Kane. But the idea for this was, what if the scientist who brought to life, a body that he had put together out of all these different body parts, he brought to life by opening a dimensional door and having some creature from another world give it life. And so I made this absolutely creepy, terrifying idea, and of course I put in a creepy shoebill, bird there for just to play with the metaphors. I love this one. This one is one of my characters, my Frankenstein monster character, who is a cross between Queequeg from Moby Dick, one of my absolute favorite books. And what a great book that is, by the way. Moby Dick is awesome. And my love of the Mummy. And again, more Cthulhu mythos, more giant elder things frozen. There's little mountains of madness in this. And yeah, Egyptian stuff. And of course, a beautiful model from Poe Space that I used for this. A model named, what's her name? Adhira, I think it is, or Adira. Beautiful gal. And this was my fun talking about their relationship. This was the Mummy's womb with my Frankenstein and his bride, who is very similar to the Bride of Frankenstein in that one regard, because the Bride of Frankenstein was influenced by Nefertiti. So there you have it. And that famous bust that we all know well. Yeah, I'm going to have to get this for my boyfriend for Christmas and then steal it. Sometimes you got to do that, Sometimes you got to do that. Love is love. And I appreciate that, and I certainly am. I love this country so much. That's why every book I have, like when I would do them after this one, I came up with this logo. And I went, every book I do going forward has Made with Liberty in the U.S.A. Once I didn't even realize it's not on these books because I hadn't come up with the logo yet for it. But that symbol you see is something I have a T-shirt of that I made. Where's hold on a second here. We'll take a pause real quick. I'll put a pencil. We'll put a pencil in it for a second because I just realized. I can't believe that. I feel like I've had that crest forever. Can't believe I invented that after these books. There we go. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. It's always the books that are at the very bottom. Here we go. So Nosfero and all of these books and all the editions of Nosfero, 8.5 by 11, whoops, there's the pencil, will fit together absolutely beautifully. These have been in the wars. Apologies. If they don't reflect the quality, your book will come in. So this book right here, Nosfero, was the first book to have my Made with Liberty in the USA logo that I put on everything. So there it is, man. Oh, he's into Lovecraft books and lore. He'll love this then, yeah. It's going to be so cool, man. I love this book so much. So yeah, that was when I got my Made with Liberty in the USA logo, which is going to be on Springball. It's going to be, which is also 8.5 by 11. So all of these books will be able to slide into your bookshelf really nicely, and they're really nice to flip through. So I'm super into boxing. So this was a character that was inspired by Deontay Wilder, a heavy-handed heavyweight who didn't have a lot of boxing skills, but won an Olympic bronze medal and went really far on his power and was able to take care of his daughter who was born with spina bifida. So I got to respect the guy, man, for that. He basically was driving trucks for Budweiser and started learning boxing at the same time because he was trying to find any way he could to get medical care for his daughter. So it's I respect fighters. It's a hell of a thing. When you lose, everybody's like, you're crap. They give everything, man. They leave a lot of themselves in the ring. And so there's my love of Nosferatu, which is just, I can't get into how much I love that movie. It's brilliant. And I think even Robert Eggers did a beautiful job with the 2024 movie, which I thought I was not going to like. I was like, I'm probably going to hate this. Even though I've liked a lot of his stuff, that movie is dynamite, but the original is where my heart is. And then this right here is inspired by the Collinson twins from Twins of Evil, my very first Hammer horror movie I saw. So this is, one of the Collinsons from Twins of Evil. Of course, there's a bat, because I try to keep things. And then this was a story that I did, which was my first attempt at what would happen. There we go. My first attempt, diaphanous nightgowns and all. What would happen if I tried to do a story in my painted style? So you can see I did these small, like, thumbnail comic book pages. And this is all on one page, okay? So I just painted this all here. So this is one painting. And I did a vampire hunter. Used some of the sets from Twins of Evil kind of thing. And then, of course, just all sorts of fun stuff. I'm a big fan of Blade, so that was part of it. So this was my first 2-page comic book story. And so this is a painted story that I did when I was just starting out. We'll lower that a little bit just to make it a little easier for us. But this was the first story I did, and it was a werewolf story. And I started painting this. Again, you can only see this in Rigor Mortrex, the book that is going to be gone after this. And it's my first... Oh, the police were just coming by. Hopefully they're not coming for me, but you never know. So this was my first story, and it was this little... It's called The Witch's Hollow. And it was a story I did that was, was just, I really had fun doing it. Make comic books great again. You're so nasty, Sean. Thank you. I appreciate that. Make comics great again. Oh, man, that caught me off guard. That was great. I love it. I love it. You just cracked me up. Well, here's the sad part. The follow-up for that's even sadder because it also shows how cheesy I am. So this is the story of these two, and it's like just shows this little cute love story because that's the stuff I wanted to do after they kill the witch. And that little painting right there is a painting of my kids when they were little, and they were just talking to each other as little twins. So I always try to, as I've mentioned in the first book, put my kids into my comics. And I was just on John Malin's channel. We were talking about Bernie Wrightson and the beautiful stuff he did for Creepy and Eerie. And this is a nod right there to his story Jennifer, where he actually had Uncle Creepy into a tree. So I had when the witch dies, she turns into this kind of old, tree, because I just thought it would be really cool. And if you want to know my bona fides, Bruce Campbell's chin, and I think you do, can you guess what cabin was the inspiration for this cabin right here at the end of my story? Yep. You can't fake anything. You gotta be what you say you are, and that's the fun part. And so putting that cabin in there was my sort of loving nod right there to one of my favorite flicks. Isn't it crazy? Bruce Campbell's chin. Isn't that wild? I had forgotten I had done that. So here are a nod to two of my favorite werewolf creature designs. That's of course Michael Jackson's Werecat from Thriller as the inspiration. It's not, none of this stuff is on model because I just want to paint inspired by stuff. And then this is inspired by the werewolf girl in Ginger Snaps. And it's a little bit of a nod to the same kind of painting I did that was movie-based in Book 1, the Philly Folk Gothic. The thing I'm happiest with when it comes to these paintings is some of the color work, and I really like how that moon came out. I don't know, that moon has a really nice texture to it. I don't know if it's picking up on screen, but I had a lot of fun doing that, man. And like I said, I mean, I really did not know I did not have very many copies of this book left. So for those of you guys who want to get the Crypt Walker Treasure Trove, those, believe me when I say, those are the last 3 editions of this book I can sell. I didn't do a good job when I was younger keeping comics in my archive of stuff I did. And I'm trying to do a better job, but there's nothing left but copies for me to keep with this book too. And it's available in the highest tier. Every single book in the highest tier comes with an inked head sketch, which is usually... I do those inked head sketches for about like $100 when they're in a book, because if I'm working on a book and I'm doing an inked head sketch in it, there's a lot of pressure there. That's a lot of pressure. So I love how I wrote this. Shanthan Jetty 2019, and then I wrote on it revised 2020. But this was my Franken Kong, and I reworked the face because originally it was based on Frankenstein Conquers the World, the giant kaiju movie with Frankenstein. And I was like, this is ridiculous. I got to turn it into a giant gorilla. And one of the things I'm really inspired by, and one of my favorite works or favorite animals in nature, I just find them interesting, is the Japanese giant salamander. What an incredible animal that thing is. And I know we have similar salamanders here. The hellbenders are quite large, but nowhere near as large as the giant salamander. So I somehow wanted to use the fact that they were amphibians and all of that kind of thing to have them a part of this mad scientist laboratory where this change would happen and bring Franken-Kong to life. And so here is Franken-Kong, who's come to life, and then you look at his feet, there are these two even larger giant Japanese salamanders. Man, I wish I had more of these books to sell you guys. I'm sorry, man. No, I'm not doing a Franken-Kong book. I'm doing Nosfero and Springball, but yeah, I mean, who knows? I honestly might do a short story of it at some point. Like, I might just need a break and do some short stories, but, you know, boy, I tell you, and some people always tell me, they're like, man, why do you work in comics? You could just do some more art books, but guys, I love doing comics too much. Like, I've tried to quit comics. It's like Brokeback Mountain. I wish I knew how to quit you comics. Can't stop, won't stop. But I still do paintings, as you guys know. But it's just, and I do covers, and people commission me for stuff all the time. So that's a wonderful blessing. I love doing that kind of stuff. So here is Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, or what is it? This one painting was called Atomic Wrath. And I wanted to play around with detail. And what was so fun, look at that. Like, look at the crazy detail in this. And it was another one where it's like, it's always weird family stuff, like where I've got like the baby Godzilla trying to get rescued by this creature, and then you have this girl with a flower in her hair, like, with like samurai sword, cutting open the smog monster. And then this is my love to the art of Jeff Darrow that I grew up on. As she cuts it open, you can see a whale skeleton falling out, just to give you a sense of the scale, like a toilet seat, a tire, a human skeleton. Like, this was a crazy fun painting to do. And then using the negative space of the paper to make it kind of fun and Art Nouveau. But that was a really fun one to do. It's a pretty big painting. It's I can't remember. This one's a huge painting. This was my nod to the design aesthetic of Shin Godzilla. And then I also did a nod to the Japanese King Kong. So he's using electricity and lightning power. And so, yeah, this was a ton of fun to do. And it was silver paint, lots of red paint. Red is one of the hardest colors to reproduce in books. And I always make sure that when reproducing my paintings that have red in them, that they are on point. So if you get books from me, by God, especially like the painted books, because digital's a little different. It's not to say that, the color won't be any better, but reproducing paintings is really tough because it's not just from digital to print. It's from paper to scanner, and then digital, then color adjustments, then back to paper. And you want to make sure you don't lose anything in any one of those stages. I tell people that when you back these books, this is like looking at my paintings. They're smaller. And here's how big the original is, so you can see the scale of the reproduction. So on this page of all of my art books, I give you the artwork at original size. You can even see the texture of the silver paint in here, which is so cool to see. Yeah, Pacific Rim 3, there you go. Is there a Pacific Rim 3 coming in? Oh, man, I'd love to see it. I'd love Guillermo to come back to do it, because that first one had some beautiful stuff in it. Again, you could tell I'm a dad, and the story of Godzilla versus Biollante was really touching. It's a man who loses his daughter. Her life force gets joined into a plant. And so I had this idea of this kind of like Ultraman hero character freeing her from the plant, so that, that father who lost his daughter, so he's kind of bringing her back, but now she's kind of a plant form. And then having him have this sort of electricity power and setting these faces, on, oh, I'll do the monsters. I'd love to do that, man, for sure. Love the black and white Godzilla. Now, let me be clear. This is before they did the black and white of Godzilla -1. This is way before. This is like 2020. And then the black and white, or I should say black and silver version of Shin Godzilla, which I pre-ordered. Thank you, Shane Davis, for helping me to spend more money. And feel better, Shane. My God, man. He's got this thing that's like what my wife had. Like this respiratory thing that just gets in you and just gets a fucking hold of you, man. It's a nightmare. Gosh, terrible. And so I did this with black and silver, black, white, and silver paint. No, these aren't all sold. These aren't all sold. I don't know which ones are sold, but this one isn't sold. I'm pretty sure I saw it the other day. It's terrible, but yeah, I'm sure I have some of them. If you guys are, interested, you guys can, my website, shanthajettiart.com, there's a contact form. If you need to contact me about stuff like this, I can let you know. I mean, these, to me, it's like, these things are hard to part with because I typically, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Bruce Campbell's chin. I am still on the respiratory illness a week on. My wife had something for 2 or 3 weeks, and she finally had to take, she would think she would get better. She would stop taking, the expectorant stuff that helps you clear your lungs and everything out or whatever. And it would come back. And so she had to stay on that stuff until I was like, you're staying on that till it's thoroughly gone. Because every time she got off it, it's like it just hung out in your chest, but it wasn't an infection. It was such a pain, man. God, what a nightmare that was. But I don't think I've seen her that sick since like we had little kids and they were bringing everything home. But yeah, this painting for me, I really like how the jaws and the teeth, there we go, is big. I got it bigger on the other page at original size. The way the teeth and the gums and everything, it just looked like it could take a bite out of you, like lots of muscles and things like that. And like in its jaw, it just looks like it's a panther almost. Okay, this painting is nuts. This one is not sold, but I can't ever imagine, like, this one is called, you know what? Hang on a second. Let me see. I wonder if I can get to this painting. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. We're here. Let's do this thing. Man, I gotta blow my nose too. Good Lord, my allergies are terrible. Apologies to the chat. Let me see here. Boy, I have a lot of paintings. Goodness gracious. I have one painting here. Not the one I was looking for. Nope. Nope. It's not there. Nope. Nope. God, I have a lot of artwork. Jeez. Where the heck are these things? Okay, so it's not there. It's not there. Dang, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that one. Sorry, guys. God knows where it is. I have so many paintings, but I did find another one I can show you. The original of, once we get to it. Sorry about that, guys. We have to walk off. Your new nickname should be Cheat Code now. Is that right? Was that from the Godzilla story? Oh, man, that was so much fun. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. So this one right here is... Where is it? This one. Strigoi Melange is my ode to my favorite vampires, but also my enjoyment of the series and the designs for the television series. The first season was great. The seasons after that were excruciating for me because they changed some actors I don't think they should have, but man, it was a great premise. Really loved it. Was The Strain by Guillermo del Toro, and I wanted to approach that story, use it as a jumping off point, and then do paintings of various things. Like that's a Transylvania little hawk, or a raptor that's really tiny. And I used Bela Lugosi as inspiration here with a sword handle that was a femur bone. And, just doing things where I had a character without a nose, and then he had this little metal thing. I'm very into that for some reason. And if you remember, if you remember the early Dracula movies, in 1931, they actually had randomly a bunch of armadillo running around. And in Nosferatu, the original Nosferatu, 1922, they had hyena as the werewolves. And I just thought it's so cool that they put these random kind of things into the stories, to make it look like this is what a werewolf looks like, that I decided to put them into the painting and then have a little bit of Cthulhu mythos right there. And, of course, the little weird maggot things. And then I also had, like, a giant... God, this painting is... I gotta tell you, this painting is really awesome. It really is got some cool stuff in it. And so then I had the giant, like, sort of vampire elders that they kind of had versions of in that show. Though there's the rest of the octopus squid creepy thing. And then I had the Phantom of the Opera as his servant. Let me just see if I can get in close enough on this so you can even see that. It's so small. And then there's a giant armadillo next to him. And then this right here is my favorite part. This is a nod to Alphonse Mucha's The Slav Epic. And then here's Elsa Lancaster. I had her as a vampire hunter who's got, like, powers based... This stuff I do, it's like... I don't do drugs... And I don't know if that's a good thing in terms of explaining my work. Because all that's left is a certain amount of madness. But it's not my bag. I want to draw all night, paint all night. And here's the... I'm sorry again, guys, that there's only 3 copies of this book left at the biggest tier. But that's all I have left. But there's a close-up on the other side. That's the original painting size. And just take a look at the fun I had with the detail on this. I mean, it was, hey, what's up, Flutterbat? How are you doing, man? Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let me see here. Yeah, The Strain was such a great show. So here's how much I enjoyed that show, the aesthetics of that show. Maybe I could do it with this camera. Hang on a second. I'm learning bit by bit, guys. I have another pair of readers here I can use to prop up pages. Let me make sure I'm not going to knock anything over. Sorry again. Sorry. I'm going to have to move this. If you look right there, you can see I have a statue of... Oh, no, I could raise this up. That'd be even better. I have a statue of the Master from The Strain right there. Well, I mean, technically, let me just be clear. I do Advil and Simply Sleep to a level that I probably... and Claritin, which for all the good that seems to be doing. Let's see here. We exist on a living algorithm. You mentioned the Slav. My go-to fun fact, slave comes from the Slavic slave. Slaves, Slavic slave, the first slave. Yes, Slav's the first slave. Yes. I know what you mean because, yes, I looked that up. It was a big... Yeah, and that's another fascinating thing. Yes. Oh, I totally knew what you meant. A man called Plush. I totally knew what you meant. And hail and welcome. So that right there, you can see, it's still not that easy to see, but that's my Necronomicon behind the Shin Godzilla. There's my Frazetta Sun Goddess statue. And then like the Hall of Inspiration that's right here. I was telling Graham because I was trying to get him to, get in trouble because I like to do that for Graham. Can you do a Nick... what does that say? Mama Bat style painting. Oh yeah, I mean I've never tried it. I wonder if I could. I've actually never thought about that. But I think I know his work if I'm not mistaken. So like I have the collections of books, and one of the things I got recently is this 15-inch tall. I'm not gonna grab it and have it fall down, but I'll grab its head. This 15-inch tall Frankenstein statue. And it comes with an alternate head. And if you know your Frankenstein lore, the alternate head is the original first makeup test that Boris Karloff had that came out in a handful of promotional photos. So it's the makeup they didn't go with, but somehow it made it out into posters and promotional photos, and they just decided they were going to have that as an alternate head for this statue. So there you go. I'm always surrounded by some Frankenstein. That is crazy, man. It's got a magnet in there. Wow. That is cool. So that's the kind of stuff to me that makes all this stuff fun. And I love the stuff that they did on the strain, and so I wanted to do a very Mooka style. Is the Mary Shelley head included? I wish, but they. You know what's so funny is they have the they have that great figure that you guys know I've talked about. He's right here. The one of my favorite companies, and Shane and I know Shane knows people who work there, man, but I love talking to Shane about Four Horsemen Studios. They did a novel inspired Frankenstein's creature. And, that is just incredible that I'm living in a time when Mary Shelley, one of our great geniuses of this planet. I'm actually working on another documentary type subject on Mary Shelley right now because she's one of the most misunderstood, misrepresented people you'll ever see. What's up, Hostman's Lounge? How are you doing? Howdy ho, good evening, and happy spooky season. Right back at you, Hostman's Lounge. It is great to see you, brother. How have you been? It's been a minute. And that's the other sad thing about the fact that there's only like 3 more copies in the biggest tier available of this book, man, on Nosfero, which the link is pinned to the top of the chat. It's a Halloween book. It was my horror book, like where I did all of my monster stuff, man. Oh, man. So here is another one. This one was called The Undead Medley. So I had to have Vincent Price represented, Boris Karloff right here from the movie The Walking Dead, which is why the Walking Dead series gets its name from that. Here, of course, is Dwayne Jones, the actor from Night of the Living Dead. I wanted to have him as a vampire hunter. There's George Romero, my nod to George Romero. There's another nod to the Slav epic paintings. There is Linnea Quigley, of course, Cecil's favorite lady in a zombie movie. So I had her red because she's lit by flares in that movie. Another albino crocodile or alligator. I don't know why I do this. And then, of course, zombie number 1, the very first zombie from Night of the Living Dead, who was really great to the fans at conventions, I'm told. I saw an interview with him, and it was just playing up that Art Nouveau thing with hand lettering. I love doing this stuff, guys. Every book I do. Been doing well, knock on wood. Hey, listen, thank God, and I'm glad to hear it, man. Really glad to hear it. I don't do drugs. I do all the drugs, yeah. I can't, man. I tell you what, and this is what I will say. The only thing I've ever loved and enjoyed, I can't do. It's like you can't do it. It's bad. And that's cigarettes, man. Like alcohol, I don't see the appeal. Nothing I saw the appeal. But when I was, gosh, I'm trying to think of when I got to this point. But by the time I quit when I was 18. I don't know what I'm ever allowed to talk about on YouTube, but it was I'd go through a carton in 3 days. 3 individual a day of Marlboro regulars. Insane. Like, I was just crazy, man. Once you go albino, you'll become a wino. I don't know what is the thing for that. So yeah, this is available. And of course, because I love vampire hunters and Shakespeare, I did a story called Claude Van Helsing and the Hound of Fantoma. And here's the funny part. This book right here contains a lot of the early seeds of Nosfero, because there became a dog and all hand letter painted in gouache. Same with these tombstones. I even have my own tombstone in here. You know? Jonathan Jetty. Apparently I died in 2020. Beloved husband and father. I wrote that and my wife was so mad at me for that. Good Lord, was she mad. Let me see here. There's a Haunted Mansion reference there. There's another one, Leota. Then there is Peter Cushing, who died in 1994. I put him there. Yes, they are. And I will tell you this, and this is how disciplined I am. I had always thought when my kids went off to college, I dropped them off at college, I wanted to do something to celebrate. I don't drink. It's not like I would have a drink if I was with somebody. I just don't enjoy it at all. And I drank when I didn't enjoy it when I was younger, so it's not like I'm like, it's not like I don't have any experience with alcohol. It's just not my bag. None of that stuff is. And but I wanted to celebrate. And so I realized that my brother, who is going to be turning 64, my best friend, he's in the dedication right under my family in all of my books. Amazing artist, worked in comics, did a Weird Tales covers, worked on The Shadow, was a colorist on The Shadow, 1941. I wanted to go out to the studio and sit down with him by the dock there where the trucks drop things off at the mill and smoke a cigarette with him. And I smoked one cigarette, his brand. Haven't smoked since. That was, a year ago? And the withdrawal was so intense. Like, my body went, oh, yes. And I was like, nope, sorry, you don't get to have that, man. And it was as great as I remembered. I got nothing good for you about that. So, but I'm disciplined about that stuff. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Make comic books great again. I didn't use lighters, okay? It was the one before that lit the next one. It's crazy how I did that. Marlboro regulars, man. Loved them. I even quit quit weed recently. Oh, shoot, I keep clicking on it. It disappears. Hang on. Sorry about that. My glasses are falling off my nose. I even quit weed recently. None of, it's just worth it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man, it's not good, man. It's like, it's rough. Like, it's just, you got to find a balance. For me, my biggest addiction, and it is an addiction, is work. Like, I can't rest. I can't sleep, man. It's crazy, man. You know? I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Man, do I love They Live. What a great movie. And again, rest in peace to the man, Roddy Piper. Man, that's just like, that was something, man. That was rough. Quitting smoking is easy. I've done it hundreds of times. I used to say that, too. I used to say I can quit just as soon as I finish this pack. Yeah. Zen is the answer. It's how you quit. Oh, really? I did, I actually started I switched to drum, rolling my own, just to kind of free myself of some of the additives, which weren't as bad in drum. And I just walked myself down, and I quit cold turkey, and it was something else. That was an experience, but I'm like a glutton for punishment in that way. I drank because friends did, then those friends not around, so I don't drink. Yeah, it happens. Will you ever interview your brother on this channel? You know what? I'd absolutely love to do it, man, but it's like, he works in a world to where I just don't want to bring any hassle into his life. You know, maybe when he retires, you know what I mean? You know, God willing, I want him to retire happy and healthy, and he's such a great dude. You know, I mean, I talk about him all the time, and people know who he is, but the people are so nuts right now. I just don't like to bring anything, man. You know, yeah, man. That's like, seriously, congratulations indeed. I'll repeat that. Make comic books great. Yeah, absolutely. I still ain't old enough to develop those bad habits. Still 20 there. Hey, listen, Hostman, that's the way to be, man. Yep, drank every single solitary day back in the day. Rot gut, yep, absolutely cared about what I had of content, games. Yep, exactly. Yeah, man. And that's the thing, though. Like, and here we are now, though, right? Here we are now. Thank God. Damn, yeah. Dude, seriously, I've heard so many people say that about nicotine. I was like, of all the things to fall in love with, I mean, what was I doing? When Shanth and Bro are 90 years old, that'll happen. Yep. He's the CEO. Yeah. He's listen, man, that guy has had my back so many times, and he's such a terrific dude. I get misty-eyed thinking about him. Love it, man. Love it. So, such a great dude. So, here you go. So, there is the Hound of Fantomas. There's all of the, like, little Easter... There's tons of those things in Nosfero, too, by the way. Here's that model, Netta, again. I just saw her. She had a beautiful pose, and the way the light was hitting her was just fantastic. I loved the idea of... I love using skin color as a palette, which is unfortunate that people use it for politics and this and all that other stuff. It's such a nightmare. But it struck me because I was like, what would I do color-wise if I was switching my palette up? And, you know, Basil Gogos, everybody did this stuff, so it's not nothing new. And I just had this really cool idea for Queen of Bats, and I did this painting with these giant vampire bats, green smoke. Like, I had so much fun with the palette on this thing. It was just a blast. And even the little turquoise green that I did. So sorry again, guys, that this book is sold out. But here you go. So here's the bonus section. So here's me working on the sketch that I've blown up on a photocopier. I'm detailing it. There's a development sketch Shit, I gotta get this a better angle here. There's a development sketch for the painting. What? Oh, there it is. There's the angle. A development sketch for the painting idea, and I was like, no, those creatures aren't big enough. And then there's the layout sketch where I put it together. And it's just something else. What do I think about AI? I think we're gonna get bored with it really, really fast. I'm not freaked out by it outside of the copyright sort of aspect of things and everything, but it's I think I made this joke to my wife. I said, AI artists and AI art will never take off, really. And she said, why? And I go, because you can't make YouTube videos hurting AI's feelings. Like, where would we be without, having a director to go, he's a has-been. I hate him and his whole family. It's hard to do that with AI. No, but I see it's doing really cool stuff, but I think what people like, here's the way I would put it. Is the best way I could put it. I am fascinated that in 2025, Bob Ross is still crushing it on YouTube. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, it doesn't surprise me, but it utterly surprises me. You guys show up, you guys back hand-painted comic books. It's not because I can't do digital. I love doing this stuff. That's why when I started teaching Eric Weathers how to paint, it's like I need to paint. I practice violin. I'm terrible at it. I started learning it a couple of years ago. It makes me so happy. How many of you guys have listened to a CD so many times? You have the music. You have a great sound system. Why do we need to go to concerts and be around a bunch of people? It's incredible. Like, why do we want to meet our artists and talk to them on YouTube? And you guys know this. You guys get invested. How many times do I go down my list where I have to consolidate people who have backed the book several times throughout the year just because they want to support me? I mean, if you guys want to know let's talk about this stuff. I'm gonna get aggressively appreciative right now. So brace yourselves. Nutmeg Tavern, they do 17th or 18th century, 18th century streaming. Why do I love those guys so much? I mean, I have their mugs. I buy stuff from them all the time. I'm a Patreon / whatever to their channel because I think they're so fantastic. But where's the thing? What was I just about to do? Yes. I know what I was just about to do. You guys send super chats. You become channel members. You back books. Let me show you what that allows for. This is what you guys make possible. I buy brushes with this money. You guys show up and you're like, we want to see you paint. We want to see you do things. How can we help? And I'm like, I'm going to put your names in the end credits as channel members. I'm going to play cheerleaders when you guys send super chats. You guys make this dream of that little family that I'm talking about with the 20-year-old kids who are going to be my babies for the rest of their lives. I hope they know that. But it's like, you guys say, Sean, here's what we need you to do, man. We've got your back. We want to back your books. We want to help you to be able to make books, get these books printed, and find a way to do this here in Comicsgate. We want to try to make this artist life for you possible, and you're here to just, like, push yourself, man, inspire yourself, like, do cool stuff for us, right? And it's, you see alcohol? I'm wondering where you would see alcohol here. Oh, my God. And I push myself, and I'm like, what are some new things I can do for stories? When someone does a commission, I'm obsessed with it. It's like, what could I do? How can I push myself with new story ideas, new types of medium? Like, I'm trying this matte medium out for a story I'm working on that I'm going to do something with for you guys. I don't know what it is, but this is such a cool invention. Transparent gesso is what it's called. It's not matte medium, and you can do cool things with it. And I'm like, I want to do stuff. I'm going to have to use my thumb to cover this a little bit. But I'm like, I want to do stuff where... There we go. I want to do stuff where I can really push the envelope with the genre work that I'm doing and create really cool characters and visual images for you guys and make these things fun stuff to inspire you. And we're doing this stuff no holds barred. It's going to be sexy. It's, again, the pulp ethos, right? It's going to be sexy, mysterious, and dangerous, and it's going to be exciting and cool. And you guys make this stuff possible. You know, this is tastefully censored, but this painting I'm doing of Andy Smith's character right here, I wanted to make sure nobody knows what's behind here. That's the main thing. But doing these things where I get to paint skulls, I'm testing out new media because someone on X, I forget who it was saying, you know what, Sean, I like the stuff you're doing, but on these particular smaller paintings, that canvas texture is a little distracting. And I'm like, well, I don't want the canvas texture to outshine the work, but I do want to keep it. And so I started researching ways I could incorporate this into my media. And so I started using clear gesso, and it started to take some of the edge off of the canvas texture on these smaller paintings. And I went, well, this is something that happened out of this interaction that we have here. Nosfero, someone said, you know what, Sean, you know what I need to have happen in more stories? I need to have stories where just every now and again, we get positive male figures, like positive male characters. And so I took a werewolf that was initially, the character of Greylock was initially what do you call it? Kind of like an Igor to Nosfero, kind of like an Alfred. And I made him a father figure. It turned the story on its head, and it became the most beautiful part of Nosfero. It's just because we hang out here and we talk. So here's a perfect example. An artist by the name of J.M. Dragunas, who follows me on Instagram and has kind of been a fan and early backer of the stuff since the beginning. This is the tracing paper sheet I used to transfer using pan pastels, which I explain all that here in the bonus features, for the Biollante piece. And I said, all right, done with this, gonna throw it out. He's like, you're throwing that out? I'll buy it for $100. Just don't throw it away. So this is a piece of tracing paper, and I put it together real nice for him and shipped it to him. But yeah, people want to buy sketches. They want to buy everything you don't have nailed down. And so that's one of those things that happens. They're like, do not let it go in the trash. And so here is a full page of an enlarged version of the sketch that I did originally in gouache on a gray sketchbook paper. And then on the exact same size, here's the in-progress finish, because I wanted people to see the process in these books. And Nosfero, both editions, have great behind the scenes. These copies of Nosfero are going to be as rarer than this art book, guys. Much less of them than this art book. So if you have the Nosfero art edition, if you back those two books from this campaign, you're going to have something to flip for sure. Because this book they just don't exist. Like Springball is now, depending on issues 1 and 2, are going for ridiculous money compared to what they were going for before. It's nuts. I don't even have copies of them. People have more copies of them than I have. So Sketch, original idea was for him to be Frankenstein, as you can see. He wasn't going to be a gorilla. And then I completely had to de-evolve him and make him a gorilla. And so those are the first... Good. Those are the first 2 versions of it, which you can see in this book. It's painted over, so you won't see it anywhere else. Here are the sketches for the characters. Here is the hand lettering I did that I then transferred, photocopied, and put together and scaled up. Here are some more layouts for the comic book story. And then here are some gigantic enlargements of the paintings in progress. And you can see the paper texture. You can see that the werewolf story, that I had there with the Witch's Hollow, started out as black and white, and then I was like, oh man, I want to do some color, and so I painted in color. And this I can't show, but I'll cover it up. Before the cover image had a nightie painted on it, it was a nude, and I have the in progress nude figure in the back of this book, and that's the only place where you're going to see that. Because it was painted over for making the cover. The final painting. So there you guys go. And so because I promised some original artwork here, guys. This right here is the original for the Undead medley. And so this is the original artwork I have. That's why it's not reflecting. This is what you guys are paying for. Like, just to get a sense of the scale of this painting. Like, this is God knows how many hours worth of work. Whether it's Nosfero or anything else. And even when I work in digital on Springball, it's the same thing. Made with Liberty in the U.S.A. and handcrafted. That's what it's about. And you when you get these art books and when you get these things, you're going to see that detail. That's what for me, that's the joy of what we're doing in crowdfunding and what we're doing in Comicsgate. Like the colors and stuff that I get to play around with. Man, look at that. Just look at the craziness. It's, listen to Ben is right. Let me tell you something about this too, right? While I was painting this, you can find this on my Vimeo. I found the last interview that Dwayne Jones did, and I was listening to Dwayne Jones talk about the character, talk about his approach, talk about how his theater students, because he was a teacher, how they didn't know that he was in that movie, and it would come on when they were in a diner, and they'd go like, wait. But I wanted to capture something of Dwayne Jones's personality and his character, because he really made that movie work. All of the actors, I thought the actors were great in that, because that was a tough kind of gig, to do, because it was low budget filmmaking. But I thought they all did a great job. But this painting is this is the stuff, man. This is where it goes, man. This is where it goes. You guys are. It pays for brushes. It pays for everything when you guys are supporting and backing this stuff. And this right here is going to be in the Nosfero Oxidized Edition, which is, again, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. And this is the look at the cover to Nosfero 2, Death Will Die. Diaphanous nightgowns are required. It's in my contract with God. There is the Marquis de Dracula, who is the villain in this story. And there's a brand new hero that is a cross between Der Golem. He is a golem in the sense of the original 19... Shoot, I'm totally blanking on the year. Der Golem, silent German expressionist film. I can't believe I blanked on it. Is it 1920, I think it came out? Ah, hell. I can't believe I haven't got it. So there he is, and he's a cross between Der Golem, and I wanted to do a little nod to Frazetta's Death Dealer. And he is, the bonus features and character sketches of him that are in Nosfero are so cool, because you really get to see, I wonder if I have them near me here. They're, because it's like, I've got so much art piled up here, man. It's nuts. Oy vey. Oh, maybe this is some of it. Is this some of it? Or is this stuff I've already... Nah, this is stuff I've already... Man, I gotta sell this thing. I still have, for one of the Comicsgate Kings things, I still have a Venom gouache painting that I forgot to sell. Getting old, man. Getting old. There's a nude figure on that one, so I can't... Man, there's a lot... That's a problem. Yeah, when you get my books, then you get to see then you get to see the nude figures. More nude character sketches. Okay, so it's not in here. Not in there. Okay, so I don't have it here. It's not there, I don't think. Where is all this stuff now? I have a lot of stuff here. Oh, wait, is it... There's Lloyd's painting... Or sketch, I'm sorry, not his painting. His painting's over there. Yeah, I don't think I can find... I got so much stuff here. Oh, for those of you guys who are wondering, and you can see it in the trailer, the Oxidized Edition's brand new cover. This is it right here. So, yeah. Like, this was something that was just going to be a small little painting that was going to be in the book. And when I saw this painting come together, I was like, holy hell. Like, I've got to have a new cover on the book. Got to. It demanded it. Sometimes the paintings make demands of you. It's just the way it is. You know? And something comes together. It's the, what is it? Jimmy Cagney said this. I never forgot it. James Cagney is one of my favorite actors, and a true gentleman and a true patriot too. James Cagney said when he was accepting his Lifetime Achievement Award, and you can see this on YouTube on AFI, he said, art is life plus caprice. I love that. Because I think life is very much about caprice and the caprice of the fates, but it's such a I could think about that all day. how things come together, how characters come together. It's wild stuff, you know. And when I like there are scenes of beauty, not just from the paintings, right, but from the story in Nosfero that I didn't know were going to happen when I was writing the book and when I was painting it, because I write it in paint in a lot of ways. And you know, besides, of course, the occasional nude bottom and breast, it's breasts, I should say. The story of this book and the things that you learn about Nosfero and the things you learn about, like, what he went through with, you know, having a, you know, the ability to regenerate and heal, and how vampires, you know, found him when he was a kid. He was this weird anomaly. It's not explained. Nothing happened to him. It's like he was born with this ability, and they used him as a blood supply, as a support. And when he was freed, when they did an experiment on him and it gave him powers that made him who he is, and he freed himself, there's this beautiful moment where both him and his adopted father are freed from. He basically freezes, you know, tears the walls down, much like Samson, for heaven's sake. And there's this beautiful moment of them embracing. And you find out why he's called Greylock, and it's all this stuff, man. It's the stuff that gets me excited is the story stuff. Oh, you said how long did the Venom take? Is that what you're asking me? Sorry, I can't. I'm not. Are you saying something I just showed, or the Venom from your previous comment? Let me know. And hail a moral fat 40 ounce, man. It's always great to see you guys. Guys, it's great. If you haven't hit the like yet, make sure you do. We've got 113 watching, but 114 watching, but most of them are watching on X. I'm sure some of them are on YouTube. So if you haven't hit the like, do. If you haven't shared this out, always feel free to share it out. It helps. Everything helps that you guys do, and everything you guys do is appreciated by me. So always know that, man. It's that's a big thing. Let me see here. So yeah, I mean, I don't remember. Actually, I'm trying to think of how long all this stuff takes me. It just depends. You know, it just depends on the detail. I think on that one, it would have been on a King stream, but then I worked on it afterwards. So I'm not sure. It was I probably spent like maybe another hour on it, because I wanted to capture. I was trying to capture this. See if I can find it. Where did I put that? I wanted to capture this. I wanted to capture this. This kind of reflective quality on it, with the eyes, and then what was going on with the back of the head there. Oh, my own character. Okay, which one? The first painting, the new cover. Was it this one? Because this one took me a while. This one, I don't even know how many hours this one took me, because I was trying to find this painting as I was working on it. This one, my God. I would say if I was working on it start to finish, it probably would have taken me like, God, I don't even know. Because then there's this, I was just thinking about the sketch phase of it and coming up with it. Oh, Lord. Maybe about 2 weeks, I'd say. I'd say about 2 weeks. I never work on anything straight through, and I also, you know, have take breathers from paintings while I work on other paintings. So it's like some of them, it just depends. You know, oh, the whole backstory, my God. The first Nosfero book, the story changed for me, because like as I was writing, it evolved really. It sort of revealed itself. I launched that campaign, I think, in 2020, or was it 2019? I'm not sure. And it took me, oh my God, it took me like 2 years to do that, man. That was nuts. That was nuts. Because, and it was great. It was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. Like, let me go back to that, because that's important. I had to jump ship from Ethan's stream. I can't stand. Oh, Jordan, I'm sorry. And by the way, let me just say this since you brought Ethan up. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, Ethan has a CYBERFROG. What is it called? I'm told that's how tired I am. He's doing a CYBERFROG book that has a bunch of short stories. It's sort of like the backup stories for it. I feel like it's a supplemental, but I can't get it. I'm base building in No Man's Sky. Oh, very cool. Excellent, Amoral Fat 40 ounce. It's good to have you here, and thank you, Jordan Horst. It's great to see you, brother. How you doing? So what ended up happening is, yes, the prequels. Thank you. So he did a Kings United cover and did his first drawing of Springball. So Springball is available as an optional cover. You know, it's one of those things where when it was so cool to see every time another artist illustrates my characters. Bosch has done some really cool Springball stuff too. John Malin's cover, of course, is great on Springball. So yeah, really cool stuff. I have Nosfero. Is it $1? It's beautiful. Oh, number one. Are you saying number one or $1? I have a $1 bill that's Nosfero. That would be awesome. I didn't know I made currency, but I'd be totally down for that. That'd be cool. Although I'd probably print it up because it would help buy brushes. But yeah, I mean, Nosfero was such a labor of love because every art book I did had 20 paintings in it, and Nosfero had 33 paintings. Each page is a painting, and then inside of those paintings, it had however many interlocking paintings. It was nuts. And writing and all of that. The only reprieve I had on this book was the fact that I had Eric Weathers doing letters, which was great. Because then I had somebody who was doing something and giving me another set of eyes on it. It was just crazy. And you can always see that every single thing I do, I'm pretty sure in Art Book 2, Art Book 1, is it in Art Book 2 as well? I feel like I had something in Art Book 2, but I could be wrong. I always will try to make a nod to the Goonies. And there's several nods to the Goonies in this book, but that headpiece is a nod. And then, where is it? When the giant Thulu creature appears and is trying to get in the doorway, which I thought would be fun to have up and down be kind of flipped, where you see her being sacrificed. You can see the copper bones key, and then of course you see how expansive this world is. You guys can tell I love scale when I'm painting. I love scale and I love detail. That's kind of the fun stuff, for me anyway. And it's just like, yeah, having all of the fun, sort of sexy, cool artwork you can do. That's the fun thing. Like I need some diaphanous nightgowns. I need creatures. I need all of that kind of stuff, you know. And of course, more diaphanous nightgowns, because you can never have too many. I like to think you can never have too many. But yeah, on my desk in front of me, so I never forget where I came from. I always have my key. I always have my copper bones right where I can get at it, guys. Goonies never say die is right. Amen. I've got the... Guys, I mean, when I tell you I love this stuff, man. I love all this stuff. I try to surround myself with stuff that inspires me, right? So let's do this. Let me move this up here, just so you guys can get a little bit of a look at the craziness that is my studio, and then you can see me fall over on my couch. So here we go. It's almost guaranteed to happen. Yo! So, here we go. The Book of the Dead. I don't know if you guys can see this. I don't know if it's in camera. Hopefully you guys can. The Book of the Dead, guys. And then I'm going to knock so much stuff over. It's all going to fall. But next to the Book of the Dead, the map from Goonies is back there. And of course, the Golden Voyage of Sinbad is back there, but yes. And then of course, all of these awesome books. Got tons of books here. Books are super important. I've got The Fantastic Art of Gustave Doré. I've got Dracula by Bram Stoker. I've got The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. And then I've got Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes Classic Stories. It's not complete, but I like the edition. It's easy to hold. I've got the Frankenstein, The First 200 Years. That's an incredible book. H.P. Lovecraft, the new annotated edition, and the new annotated Frankenstein. So I have a lot of different stuff here. And of course, always where I can get at it, I love this edition, by the way. The Constitution of the United States of America and Selected Writings on the of the Founding Fathers. A really great book. There you guys go. A look inside of the craziness that is my studio space. There you go. You know, you need the Necronomicon. I gotta have it. Yeah, that's why I've got to have the Necronomicon in the studio. It's got to be there. You know. Oh my God. It's craziness, man. It's craziness, and it's fun, man. It's fun to do this kind of stuff and to show these books to you guys. And I always say this when I'm putting together a book and I'm putting together something that you guys are going to get. It's the thing about it is I'm always thinking about the fact that I love books, and I want to make sure that if you get a book from me, that you get... hey, what's up, Mike Likes Tacos? Did your kids also become artists? No, actually, they did not. This is the crazy thing about serendipity of it all. I don't talk about what my daughter does because people are crazy. It's like the way it is. You guys know. And I'll tell you what, and I don't even want to bring this up, man. It's like, because it's so upsetting to me, and we don't need to get in a conversation about it because it's just too upsetting to me, man. But you guys know about the gal who was on the train. That's all I'm going to say about it. When you have a daughter in that age bracket, I'm sure everybody who sees that is, and any healthy, sane person who sees that is horrified. That was just like, that was one of those things that I had a tough time with. But my son's an engineering student. He's doing great work, and I thank God every day for them and you know, everything. It's just one of those things, man. But yeah, it's that. But it's funny too because both of them have drawn, and my daughter is actually really good at drawing and painting, and my son is great at doing special effects stuff. Like he actually has worked professionally. He worked on a show called The Lost Ships of World War II that was on what's it called? I think it was like Fox History or something, but I'm not sure. But you can look up where it was from, and he did 3D models of historically accurate ships and was working with people when he was 16 years old. So that kid is something else, man. Yeah, my daughter's the best kept secret. I gotta keep that kid safe. That's the way it is. So this is you know how it goes, Jordan. I know you know. It's scary stuff, man. But it's also like this, you know. I think it's just a factor of in general. Like I've always tried to keep my kids, and just anybody, like in general, like people, and that even goes for friends, like people who don't fully appreciate what we sign on for. You know, when we put ourselves out here in Comicsgate, like getting to like watching what John went through, what Ethan went through, in particular Ethan, because that's where I started out. I was watching him. I always tell people this. I think I said this on John's stream. If any of you guys are members on John's channel, I would not be here, and this keeps me up at night, guys. This keeps me up at night. All right, I would not be here where I'm at right now, which is a miracle, except for Kathleen Kennedy. I don't even know what you do with that. You know, if Star Wars hadn't been destroyed, that just cracks me up, man. Oh my God! Don't tell him your name. Don't tell him your name, Alfred. Yeah, there you have it. But there was a guy. That's actually how I got into Hammer horror movies, which is crazy, you know. Is that this guy Michael, who has a channel called The Choice Voice? He's not Comicsgate. He's not in any organized group. He's just a guy who is an awesome guy, who is a huge fan of Peter Cushing. he makes Star Trek films with his friends, fan films that are really fun to watch, called Starship Valiant. You can actually look those up. Really cool stuff. He does those with his friend Brady. I even did a fun poster for him for just to do for him. That was fun for Starship Valiant. And he was just one of the first people who walked out of the theater with Force Awakens and was just like, "What did I just watch? Like, what am I looking at, man?" You know, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit more space here instead of just being 2 feet an inch off the desk. He's like, "What happened? They ruined Luke." He was like so upset about all stuff, and I felt that exact same thing that he was going through with it, and nobody was talking about it. Like Last Jedi, everybody started talking about it, but The Force Awakens, I already could see the writing on the wall, and I was like, I am not having this, you know. And I was never one of those people who trashed the prequels. I'm a Gen Xer who can say that. I was kind of like, why are people so going after this guy? Like, it went beyond, I didn't like this movie. It was pretty vicious and pretty vile. And so I kind of see the sequel trilogy as a result of how things went with the prequels and afterwards. I think that I think a case could be made down to the director's choice that Red Letter Media gave us the sequel trilogy. And all those people, Simon Pegg, all those guys. That's just my personal opinion. I would much rather see what the creator of the thing wants to do with it, however it goes, than have a substitute teacher dip their toe in the water of something that is a singular artist's work. It's crazy, man. It's there's the difference between a movie that's made by a creator. The things that are bad in the prequel are the kinds of things that artists do. They're not the kind of bad that corporations do where they do consensus build stuff. Yeah. Jordan Horse says, the prequels have redeemable qualities. The sequels were intentionally destructive. Yes, exactly. To the world and brand of Star Wars. Yeah. And this is the way I look at it, right? People wanted, Kurosawa to make Seven Samurai, and he nearly self-deleted after WAFFLE and its box office failure. But even I love Ron, I love Kagemusha, I love Dreams, I like his late work, because the more you see an artist make work who is a great artist, even their late work has something in it you can learn from, which is what George Lucas said when he got Kurosawa funding for late in his career, which is the funniest thing in the world. He basically told 20th Century Fox, if you don't buy the rights, foreign rights to this movie that you don't even want to have, I'm not giving you Empire Strikes Back. So that's why Kurosawa had a second part, last tail end of his career. We would not have Kurosawa's Ran if it wasn't, or Ran, or however you pronounce it, if it wasn't for George Lucas. And it's incredible. It's incredible when you think about that. And he's done so much for film restoration. He's done so much for film and everything that you see around you. He funded the start of Pixar. All of these various things that he did and impacted people. And he was treated so horribly. And it just went a little bit beyond what was necessary. And so when I saw those movies, and I immediately saw the deconstruction of the family, the breakup of Han and Leia, Luke running off into hiding and all of that stuff. I was telling somebody, they go, when did you start not liking The Force Awakens when you were watching it? Here's the funny part. I stopped liking that movie experience when the original character showed up. I didn't need to see him again, if that makes sense. Yeah, maximum profit, at least in theory, yeah. And that's the crazy thing. That I think it was ESG money. I'm going to tell you this. Ethan is the person who brought ESG to my mind, and that was incredible to me. Like because he was saying that from the start with that. People hate my Star Wars opinions. Have whatever Star Wars opinions you need to have. I really, like I tell people, it's people got to have the thoughts on things that they have. But I remember I was like, these new characters, they're kind of interesting. And then I saw that they needed to have them, which they didn't need to do, in my opinion. They had to put down the original characters to lift those characters up. I'd have been happy seeing 3 Star Wars movies, but they wanted the heat of, we're bringing the old actors back, and they didn't even put them together. Fuck, I could talk about that all day. I was vaguely aware of Disney and the corporation affecting the final outcome, but the behind the scenes from Pirates 2, yes, is why I had no hope for anything after that. Much later, they bought Star Wars, and I said nope. Yeah, here's one for you. My brother-in-law, God bless him, was in New York during the hurricane. Which one was it? Was it? I think it was Hurricane Sandy. Remember Hurricane Sandy that hit New York? And he was in a hotel watching a crane come down right near his hotel, like hanging on by a thin line. And he said, we called him, we go, "Are you okay? I can't believe your law firm flew you up there." And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Crazy thing, I was in a Starbucks, and you never guess, I saw George Lucas there." And I was like, "What's George Lucas doing on Wall Street?" And he was going to New York to sell Star Wars. And then that announcement came out, and I go, I bet that's why he was there. For stock options. Good evening, Darth Gutierrez. How are you doing? Hail to you. Hail Springball indeed. And guys, check out Nosfero. That book is closing down October 31st. When I say closing, I don't mean 30 day, don't mean 60 day. It's gone. October 31st, Nosfero is gone. That's it. Can't get it anymore. So make sure you back that book if you haven't. Yeah, he got the ESG from Robert Romano. Yes, absolutely. Yep. What I mean to say is, and I'm sure there had to have been somebody talking about it, but I remember that he was opining that there's no way there's not money involved in it. But yeah, Robert's great, man. Robert's backed my stuff, and I appreciate his support, man. Let me tell you. Krabby Patty, what's up, man? How you doing? Rogue One with Donnie Yen had a small spark. You know what's funny? Let's talk about that for a second, okay? I know George Lucas liked that movie, although he couldn't publicly say that. He goes, I think he basically told the director, the first director of that film, he goes, what did he say? He goes, he told me something I'll take to my grave and I can't share. And I think it was, you're the only person who did anything interesting with Star Wars. But when I was a kid and I was in high school or middle school or high school, my friends and I used to talk about what would be our ideal Star Wars movie if they ever made more. And we all said how awesome it would be if Donnie Yen was a Jedi. So I watched that movie with my son. It was one of the movies we'd watch when we had father-son movie watching nights. So I'll always have a special place in my heart for Rogue One. And I really loved the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. I did. I thought those were fun. I'm not that hard to... I'm not impossible to please. I occasionally like to see new stuff. I do. I like to see new stuff. I grew up on the damn Ewok movies TV movies for heaven's sake. Yeah, that hurricane in New York City was nuts. And what happened in those neighborhoods was crazy. The thing that really got me, man, and I think about this all the time, it really is kind of mind-bending to me, is the floods in Vermont, man, that happened with Irene. That was some crazy stuff, because I didn't know that that hurricanes in Vermont got floods, but the H.P. Lovecraft book, The Whisperer in the Darkness, actually takes place in the aftermath of Vermont flooding. How trippy is that? Yeah. No, I will say, I did think that Revenge of the Sith was I actually enjoyed those movies. It's tough because the movies I saw when I was a kid, I'm a Return of the Jedi kid. That's when I was little. I missed the Star Wars Empire. I wasn't a teenager. So a whippersnapper to some Star Wars fans and an old man to others. But so I really loved Return of the Jedi. So that was my movie. And I didn't expect to have that same experience with the prequels. I was just excited to see more invention, more creativity. And that's what was cool. Oh, you watch a farm channel in Vermont. You got to be kidding, man. That's wild. Episode 9. Let me see here. Yep. Star Wars lost me on episode 9. Yeah, the movie. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. I had the VHS for that somewhere too. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I was a kid. I always say kid is anytime I call everybody kid. I call my wife kid. It doesn't drive her crazy. She loves it. She's not one of those girls, thank God. But yeah, I've seen the edits of the prequels that condense the romance into a tighter, more minimal portion. Really makes the prequels much better. Yeah, what's up? I'm a Return of the Jedi kid too. There you go. Yeah, there's people that I will follow. There's a film a guy who reviews and talks movies. He's passionate about movies. Hail, Jeremy Bird's channel member. How you doing, brother? It's great to see you. Speaking of the prequels, there's my man with Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I found out that we were born the same year because his tastes were so similar. I was going, this dude's got to be born the same year I am because we have so much stuff in common. There's folks who are a little older than me, like John and Shane are a couple of years younger than me. I think John's 1 year younger than me, and Shane's like 2 years younger than me. Ethan is 1 day less than a year older than me. He's 364 days older than me. Because his birthday is September 3rd. I think that math is right. Mine's September 2nd. But yeah, I think he has a similar view of Return of the Jedi, which is we just remember that movie coming out. It was my first movie theater experience, I think, in terms of that I can remember. And so, yeah, that movie hit me like a ton of bricks, man. A ton of bricks. Can you talk a little bit about legendary painting icon? Oh, my God. Yeah, I didn't even think to mention that. Yeah. Who passed away recently. Yeah, I'd be happy to, man. Be happy to. People talk about film and cinema and things being the soundtrack to their childhood. And I think there are certain things. John Williams, in many ways, is the soundtrack to my childhood and the work he did. When it comes to visually distilling the visual track to my childhood, the ocular track to my childhood, that would be Drew Struzan and his movie posters. Hands down. Hands down. Drew Struzan brought back to cinema after, and there were some interesting posters done. Don't get me wrong. There were some great people doing posters. Bob Peak comes to mind. Bob Peak did some fantastic posters. He did the Apocalypse Now poster. He did the Superman, the movie poster. And Superman 2, he did so many incredible posters. Drew did the posters that were going to affect an entire generation of young people like myself. Posters that we would want to have on the wall. So the Goonies movie posters, and he did figures. He did a blank map and painted the Goonies figures where different kids were at the top. I don't know if you guys have seen that. They're incredible. And it's Drew gave us this era in movie posters. Starting for me anyway, the big ones that hit me were Raiders of the Lost Ark, Big Trouble in Little China, one of the greatest posters. The Goonies was such a great poster. And I remember when he came back, and he did one of the greatest parts of The Phantom Menace was the Drew Struzan poster for The Phantom Menace. One of my favorite posters I've seen an original of is the original poster for Pan's Labyrinth. Guillermo del Toro's Pan's Labyrinth poster is sublime. His poster for Hellboy, which I have the documentary video on the making of the Hellboy poster, is absolutely sublime. Submaster 76, hail, and I like that 76 on the end of the name. The posters on my wall are 2 Drew Struzans and 1 Dave Dorman. Dave Dorman, another masterful painter. Big Trouble in Little China is one of my faves, and the Indiana Jones posters too, and Blade Runner. Absolutely. There's certain posters that are iconic, and the artist who did it, whose name is escaping me, I apologize, an incredible artist as well, was the artist who did, it was based on the novel cover, so the composition was from the novel cover, but the Jaws poster, one of the most iconic posters of all time. I actually don't have any Drew Struzan posters on my wall. I am considering a custom Drew Struzan poster that I want to make because I customize posters and make canvas prints of them. But I love movie posters and I love movies. Oh, what am I saying? I've got my damn camera here. I was about to turn my camera around. So there is my Frankenstein poster. The original Frankenstein. There's the original Mummy poster. There's a Basil Gogos poster right there or painting he did for the Wolfman 2010. I don't know if they ever made a poster of it. Let's see. There's Dave Stevens behind me. You have Dave Stevens' Rocketeer poster. You have the Golden Voyage of Sinbad poster from the Ray Harryhausen film. And then, how am I going to pull this one off? I don't think I can with this camera, unfortunately. But over here, I'll use this camera. I have the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea poster right there, with directed by the great Richard Fleischer, starring Kirk Douglas, James Mason, Paul Lucas, and the great Peter Lorre. And Walt Disney produced it. Harper Goff designed that submarine based on the story by Jules Verne. So movie posters are something that are very, very special to me. And I love those things. And Drew Struzan's posters affect me in a very profound way, because I can't look at them as art. They're like a time machine. Speaking of time machines, the Back to the Future posters. How can you not mention those? His Blade Runner poster is great. I have that on my Blu-ray. Love that poster. But I mean, I could talk about his stuff all day. And here's what it was that was beautiful. He reminded us in a time. What is up, Rocky, my brother? It is great to see you guys. If you're not subscribed to Rocky Ballesteros' channel, why aren't you subscribed to it? The Thing is a fantastic poster. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That might be one of the most masterful posters ever made to solve a very complicated problem. I don't know if it helped the movie sell tickets, to be honest. I think that movie had a tough go for when it was coming out that year in 82. And yeah, that was a tricky one. But it's a genius poster when you look at it. It's just a genius poster, man. And I love it. I love it. You know, I was so obsessed. There's a bunch of movies that I think that I think are perfect, right? One of the movies that I think is absolutely perfect is Psycho. I think Psycho is a perfect movie. Anthony Perkins is incredible in that. I think all of my favorite movies have to have a dynamite monologue scene in it. Anthony Perkins' monologue scene where he says, he talks about traps and, you know, the famous "we all go a little mad sometimes" at the end of it, which can never be delivered as well as he did, because he switches into charming in it. And of course the Indianapolis speech in Jaws. And I think Jaws is my favorite perfect movie. If someone said to me, what's my favorite movie, that's a different answer. If somebody said, what do I think is the best film ever made, that's a different answer. But if somebody said to me, what is my favorite perfect movie, there's a reason why I wear a Quint cap with an E.T. pin on it, by the way. And Jaws is my movie. I spent my 25th anniversary with my wife in Cape Cod. It was filled with lots of Jaws stuff. And I love Jaws to bits. I just think it's such a great movie. One of my most profound experiences was going to Universal Hollywood when I was maybe 4 or 5 years old. And they had one of the actual pulled from the mold, not the one you see in Florida. You could actually see old pictures from the 70s of it. They had one of the Jaws, so his head's not turned up like he's a caught shark. It's just a hanging mold of the Jaws shark that you could go and take pictures in. And somewhere, I'll never see it again, there's a picture of me inside the mouth of that Jaws shark. But I remember going on that tram ride. I saw the Psycho house. What an awesome experience. For me, any of the Lord of the Rings movies is a perfect movie. Well, listen, man, I'm going to tell you this. Those are great movies. I was just a little old to have that level of connection with them, okay? Right? You're going to have to be patient with me with that. I know it's tough. But I am a massive... Just realized that came to a stop. I got to play that again. I have tremendous amount of respect for those movies, for Peter Jackson, for J.R.R. Tolkien, and I made it my business, and that really is a demographic thing. I mean that sincerely, because Eric Weathers absolutely loves those movies. Like they hit just. I can appreciate them. I own all the extended editions and all that stuff, and I watched them with my son. But around that time, one of the movies that really had a huge impact on me around 2005 when my kids were born, because it was the first movie we went to see after our kids were born, was the first Chronicles of Narnia film, which Weta did the effects and stuff for. That movie was something our kids watched when they were little, and I think it was a really great gateway to their imagination and their faith. That and of course the Ghibli films. But let me just be clear. Don't even get me started on the Psycho House. I can't do that. I can't believe they did anything to the Psycho House, and I can't believe they did something to the Phantom of the Opera set. Hang on a second, Tolkien peeps, and back Nosfero while I'm away. Got 140 people watching. Hit that like. Let's go. Back Nosfero. It's got 15 days left. I realize you guys can see me, which is great. This makes this so much more fun. All right. Something I have in my studio. I know it's not from the first film, but I love the design. You guys see that okay? I can't see your reactions, but that's one of the things I have on my shelf because I think it was an absolutely brilliant dragon design. And I'm a big fan of the guys who worked on it. Let's see here. Something else I have here up on the wall. You might not know this, but when I was a kid, I was in the 5th grade, and we did a play at our school, and the play was The Hobbit, and I played Bilbo in The Hobbit. So when I was in the 5th grade, and we actually 4 different people played it because it was so long no one could remember the lines. But I got to play Bilbo first, and we watched the Rankin Bass Hobbit cartoon. But here is a troll from the Hobbit, which I have up there on the wall, on my shelf. Where the hell did this come from? Okay, I think it came from there. Then, let's see. What else have I got? I like being able to bring you guys into my workspace in my library. That's why I redid this entire area not long ago. So you guys could actually be here and be in this space with me. Because that's the fun part of this. Back Nosfero. I should be promoting more, but you guys are fun to talk to. So what am I going to do? Oh, vey. Where the heck is it now? Too many books. Too little time. Where is it? It's not here. I know it's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Okay, people of Tolkien. John Howe, A Middle-earth Traveler. The artwork of John Howe, who worked on the design of Smaug. Here are all of his sketches and drawings. Actually, I'll bring it over to the table in a sec. Hang on. What else have I got? I have a few things, because this is my research and inspiration library. Where the heck is it? Is it over here? Not there. Not there. Where the heck would it be? Oh, man, I have too many books. I mean, you can never have too many books, but I might be pushing that. Might be testing that theory a little too far. I know I have it. It's got to be here somewhere. It's not back there. Not back there. I think I know what the spine of the book looks like. Solomon Kane is right there. Snow White, Arthur Rackham, Bob Peak. Where the heck is it? Man, that's annoying. Because I know I have them. I can't find it right yet. I'll find it when I'm not looking for it. All right. So I do have the Tolkien, the books that have J.R.R. Tolkien's his drawings and all of his sketches from Middle-earth somewhere in here. And I even used to show that interview with him, BBC authors in their own words, that showed him writing in Elvish, but I can't find it. Damn it. Sorry, guys. There we go. So, oh boy. Sorry about that. So this is one of the books I have. Yeah, those are the Golden Army, Hellboy Golden Army, which is a fantastic flick. I love that movie. Mainly because that movie closes with the most realistic reaction that a man could have to finding out that he's going to be a father of twins. And again, happy birthday to my wonderful children. Their birthday was yesterday, October 14th. They are 20 years old. And every single day with them has been a blessing. I'm so glad to have them in my life. I can't say that enough. But yeah, so this is the kind of thing when people respond to something. You know what I mean? When people respond to something, I think for me, it's important to look into it. What I've often found is that a lot of people like the idea of other people looking into the things they're passionate about and supporting them and their stuff, but they don't they don't tend to return the curiosity. And I always think that it needn't be you got to know what everybody's into and everything else. I'm trying to think of a good way to put this, because I think too many people try to police other people's actions and behaviors, and I think it's obnoxious and narcissistic and stupid. I don't care. Like, I hope people are inspired and they want to back my books, and I hope they're excited about them. That's because I think they're great and I think they're fantastic. But I get really excited and interested in other people's interests a lot of times. Like, I meet people all the time, and I think the Twin Jetties, man, you know it, man. And thank you guys for the birthday wishes. I do appreciate that. I love those guys. I miss them terribly. I'm glad they're off doing what they're doing. Thank you guys. I'm glad they're out there living their lives, and I'm very proud of them. But man, it feels it, man. It's really tough. Like I tell people, it's like there's certain people who've done things for me in Comicsgate, who've been around here for me, and that I've watched go through hell and things like that. And Ethan is one of those for me, because who the heck is call? Like, there's supposedly a call. Oh, jeez. Speak of the devil. All right. Let me see. I just got a hold on a second. I gotta send a text. One sec. Let me make sure I'm not screen sharing, because I do not want to dox. Anyway. Oh man, a dad's jobs, man. It's the way it is. Be selling Nosfero 2 on Fund My Comic as well as Indiegogo. I don't know. I'm looking into where I go from here. Because Indiegogo is making some changes. And I kind of want to see, how do I put it? If I was more, if I had the capacity, if I could take on one more thing, and I have so much respect for Shane and Yahtzee. Let me finish what I was saying first. So Ethan has done a tremendous amount. I've been through a lot of stuff, and I've seen him go through that stuff with really terrifying and meaningful consequences for the things he's done. And he's been very supportive, and he's definitely been a good friend as far as somebody who I know and who I work with, and who has opened more doors for me than a lot of people have in my career, and I do appreciate that. John Malin has been incredible in a similar way. Like, John, really just took an interest in SPRINGBALL, and was John makes a ton of sense to me, is the best way I could put it. There's not a lot of subterfuge with him at all. Like, he just kind of like, this is what I think. If John doesn't like something, he's gonna tell you, and that's nice. I take a lot of peace from that. And then this Shane has just been like, helped me do the 30-day closeout. He likes the same things, even though he refers to my ethnicity as a handicap. God bless him. We're gonna get through this, Shane. Who would have thought? He just doesn't like Asians, I guess. But it's funny because my wife and I would watch Shane and Yanzi talking about all this crazy stuff with people, and there are definitely moments of relating to them as a couple, you know. And the thing for me is what Rocky, what is happening? Rocky, what are you doing there? You're scaring me. You're scaring me now. Let me just double check and see. Sorry, gotta check on people. I'm using my phone as a camera, and so when a phone rings, I'm like, oi oi oi, you know, what do I do? Anyway, let me see. All right, cool. So let me get back to where we are here. But yeah, I mean, it's a crazy thing, because I've always tell people that I've got my inner circle of friends, none of whom are in this space. You know, my best friend, of course, is my wife, and then of course my brother from another mother, Nick, who is just we were talking for like 3 hours today on the phone. We're always working. He's painting on something, and I'm working here. We shoot the shit for 3 hours. We talk about crazy obscure facts and movie history and cinema stuff. It is it's just awesome, you know. And then you got people like my brother in chat, who I've known for 30 years, and of every single person who has, even when I was like, I don't know if I can even do this stuff anymore, who has championed not only comics, but championed Springball. When I was closing out Nosfero, again, guys, just 15 days left to back that Second Chance campaign. When I was closing out Nosfero, he came on stream, and I kicked his ass onto YouTube, because it had to happen. Can't stop, won't stop. And he showed Springball, and people, and Dan Lawless was there. I got to give Dan his proper credit. By the way, this whole thing about all these interconnecting things, I really can't take much more of this. It's creeping me out, man. But Dan was on there, and people saw Springball, and then I showed it to John after that, and it was just like it was nuts. But if it wasn't for if it wasn't for you know, all these crazy coincidences that brought Springball back to life, and there's something I really do think is important to stress, is there's this quote that's often, I guess this quote is loved by people who've never worked in the service industry like I have, but there's this funny partial quote people give, which is, the customer is always right. And I worked in a movie theater. I've worked a lot of places, but I worked in a movie theater when I was in my teens, you know. And I was like going, so if you've got two customers who both get into a fight and are screaming at you, I was first in line, are they both right? How does that even work? No, the full thing is, the customer is always right in matters of taste. It's such a useful quote. If you've ever worked where you've worked in service, that other quote makes absolutely no sense, because you see customers get mad at other customers. Who's right? It's ridiculous. Or, God knows, do even worse stuff than that. But it's the customer is always right in matters of taste. And I believe that very strongly. And so when you guys are like, we want to see Springball, and it started making noise, my attitude was, that's their taste, and they're right in their taste. And I raised my game, and I turned that book into a story I had never intended, but it just happened, and it happened because of Comicsgate. It happened because of Kathleen Kennedy making Star Wars movies that made a comic book artist I had never heard of. I think I may have... Now, have I seen him? I think I may have seen him on the Wizard thing once or something, but I don't even know if I was reading Wizard back then anymore. Everyone I knew Ethan. I only knew Ethan as a fellow Return of the Jedi kid who hated Star Wars. Like, I owe so much to Kathleen Kennedy and him YouTubing Star Wars, and then I'm like, oh, he's a comic artist. I remember when that was a lifelong dream, that I, you know, and I'd worked in comics. I always act like I haven't worked in comics. It's weird. It's because I was a teacher for a professor for 18 years. And it was... it creeps me out. And then there's this guy... Then Andy Smith joins. And Andy Smith did the cover on my first professional job when I was 17. It was the professional job that I was carrying up from the mailroom when Rocky moved to Chattanooga for 1 year and was a freshman at our same art college. Freshman year, he saw me carrying the box with the job I did that Andy Smith did the cover for. It was my first professional job that Shane Davis bought in a BP gas station when he must have been 14 or 15 years old. Are you kidding me with all of this? It's... Dan Lawless delivered newspapers to my house when I lived in outside of Detroit, Michigan for like 4 years. How the hell is this possible? Oh man, it can keep you up at night, man. My brother, who I met as a professor when I was teaching at the same college that I went to, I never took a class with him. He was teaching his first year when I was there. He was the guest of honor at a science fiction convention in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It was the only time he was ever a guest of honor. So he was actually in the town I grew up in randomly while I was living there. I wouldn't say that, Krabby Patty. I'm not putting that on screen, but I wouldn't say that. I don't know how that whole thing shakes out. My thoughts. But that stuff... I feel like I've got to find this thing now. I just don't know where it is. But I know I have it somewhere. Because I just bagged and boarded it the other day. Oh, wait. Is this it? Yep. Here you go, guys. Here you go, kids. I ordered this off of eBay recently. This is a page that I think was cut out of a Wizard magazine. Or it was it was cut out of a Wizard magazine. I bought an ad for the comic book I had not even been hired to draw yet at this time. So I saw this ad. It was in Wizard. I went to this convention and they went, "We want to hire you to be the interior artist on this book called Threshers we're doing." When I was 17 years old, I got this job up in Baltimore, right? On the actual cover of the book, they removed the signatures of the artists who did the cover. I bought this ad so that it can make sense in my own head that this shit happened. I bought a page of Wizard magazine on eBay for this ad. Because there it is. Andy Smith, 1994, was on the cover of the ad of my first professional job. I did the interiors on this book. This stuff blows my mind, man. I know you still have your copy. You're the real deal, man. So the front cover of this book is by Andy Smith, and the back cover of this book has my artwork on it, and Shane Davis bought it in a BP gas station. Do not ask me why, but when I went to go get the job, they were showing me they had some partial interiors done by somebody, and I don't know if he was fast or whatever, but I showed them my artwork, and I said, "You see this artwork here on the cover? This is cool." This is nuts, man. I was at the Baltimore Diamond Comics Distribution Con, okay? Back Nosfero. Back SPRINGBALL. God has some crazy plan going on right now. I don't know what it is. I'm almost 50 years old, and I still know it's not my plan. I have no idea whose plan this is. It's keeping me up, guys. And hail Cranberry Landers, OG. OG, my man. And Jordan Horst, OG. Yo, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here, and thank you for fucking all of it. Thank you for all of it. So, I go to this convention because it just so happens in Chattanooga, the comic shop I go to sells vintage movie posters by John Warren, and it used to be John Warren's Overstreet Price Guide. So the guy who did the price guide for Overstreet Price Guide, Bob Overstreet, who actually handled all the pricing and sold movie posters, was in my town, and they went up to sell some of their projects they were doing at the Baltimore Distributors Con. So I got to go to the convention early before it opened. I got to talk to Todd McFarlane. I got to talk for a second to Rob Liefeld, but I also went and saw this publisher who was there, and I showed them my artwork because I brought my portfolio with me. I showed them my work, and they said to me, they were like, I said, you got to make the artwork on the interior look like the stuff on on the cover, because I see this cover artwork, I open it up, I'm getting a different thing. I could do that. Do you guys want to do you guys want to hire me to do that? You should be hiring me. I think I actually said that. I was probably full of piss and vinegar. And I said, but this is the artwork it should look like. These are the character designs, and this is the look you should be going for with this book. And that stuff was by Andy Smith. And Bart Sears working on that stuff. But Andy Smith did this one. Bart Sears did this cover, and I collaborated on it, but I think Andy Smith was the lead on this one. And guys, Springball is here because Springball is supposed to be here. Nosfero is happening because Nosfero is, I don't know what is going on. I know I just pour everything I have into this stuff, and I love it. I'm so happy, man, to be here. And it's craziness. No, I saw that video. I'm not playing that on screen. I saw that already. He sent that to us in the King's room. It ain't that type of party on my channel, man. Although I do respect the game, Glass Machine. Ale Vasilis, you crack me up, dude. But it was it was such a crazy thing for me to just to see all this stuff unfold, man. And you just don't know. And my wife and I were talking about the other day, and it was like the amount of funny things that happen, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. There are crazy things that come out of, and almost all of it comes out of me seeing people going through something and helping them. So the reason why I got in touch with Ethan is because I was watching his Star Wars videos. Then he got canceled from DC Comics. I remember when that happened. It was like you could just feel the horror of a dad who has a child with autism and has just been told your career is over, essentially. It's so shocking to believe that was the price for executing, exerting your right to vote. On my brain, I'm losing my words right now. Sorry, guys. It was shocking to me that, and here's how I viewed it. This is the funniest thing. It was a fellow Star Wars fan my age is having this happen to him. That was really the core of it. And so I was watching his videos, and I think I started just doing some fun short videos for him, some intros, some trailer stuff or whatever. I do not know how it all happened. And at the same time, I was watching the Indiegogo stuff happen. Didn't know who John Malin was. I came into Comicsgate with through Star Wars and that whole thing, right? It was a funny thing because I saw the whole Indiegogo thing, and so I said, you know what? I've got this big fan base on Instagram. Maybe I could fund an art book. And I said, if I get to 10,000 followers on Instagram, I'm going to try to do this crowdfunding thing. And I was like, I didn't even know who John Malin was. And I went, but if I crowdfund, and everybody I knew was crowdfunding on Kickstarter because I was teaching at a college and most of the people around there were going to be left wing, right? But I didn't care because I didn't really enjoy the Kickstarter interface personally anyway, as a concept. But I was like, well, I'm not going to fund this stuff on, even though I knew none of these guys, I didn't benefit from the Comicsgate audience. People didn't even know, there were people following me on Instagram who were shocked when they found out I was in Comicsgate and doing all these videos. It was really funny. I wasn't on YouTube or any of that stuff. And super chat from Cranberry Landers, my God, for $15. Thank you, Cranberry. And I was just saying before you did this, that I was showing these off. This is what happens when you guys send super chats. These things pay for brushes. These things make it possible. I thank you guys so much. And here are some cheerleaders for you, Cranberry Landers. You are the man. You know how we do it here. We got some cheerleaders here at the Waffle Lodge. There you go, guys. Oh, I got to go to my other one because I changed my cameras there. What's up, Random McGranderson? How are you doing, brother? Brushes for days. Indeed, indeed. And thank you, Cranberry Langers, you legend. Yes, indeed, man. Yeah, don't lose hope 100%. I'm holding on to hope for me. Yes, indeed. Let me tell you something right now, Jordan Horst, and it really is one of my favorite Bob Ross moments ever, is after Bob lost his wife when he was painting. He said sometimes he's painting some darker clouds. And he's like, sometimes you're going to paint some dark clouds because the dark clouds are going to give you context for that sun when it comes. He goes, and when those sunny days come and you're waiting for them, he goes, and I'm waiting on some sunny days right now. And I remember thinking, oof. But Bob was one of those people who, he was the real deal, man. Respect to Bob Ross. He was a player. You know, let's be honest. You know, that documentary will definitely change that. But he's just an amazing guy. And, oh, my gosh. What are you guys doing, man? I love you. You're great. Glass Machine with a $5 super chat. That's right, for strippers and cigs. No to both, but you know how it is. I can't, the real deal indeed, yeah. I have no problem avoiding the former, but the latter I have to avoid at all costs because I like those little packs of the tobacco way too much. Hail, and here is a cheerleader for you, my brother. Thank you.
Charge!
And for those of you guys who don't notice, whenever somebody sends a super chat, those Random McRanderson with a Canadian super chat of $10. My God, for some milk and cookies. God bless you. You guys are going nuts. What is going on? Oh, Lordy. Here you go. So I was going to say, and I'll say it before I play it now. The Waffle. I spent a lot of nights with my high school friends. We were at the Waffle, local Waffle House on Brainerd Road in Chattanooga, where they had a cigarette machine back in the day. We would hang out there, and we'd be there at 2 or 3 in the morning when we were over at somebody's house having breakfast any time. And I have just great memories of Waffle House. We would just hang out there. And so when I just wanted to create a space for my YouTube channel, the most logical thing I could think to do was to create really a waffle lodge, for lack of a better way of putting it. And so what I did was I set up, a diner that was, you know, I repainted it, redesigned it, that was inspired by my love of Waffle House. And when I was trying to decide, like, well, what do I, you know, who's going to be in this diner? I decided that I wanted to have a copy of Nosfero at the diner, with all the mugs and everything, have the Sean the Jedi Art logo on it and everything. Like, there's so much in here. But I had a beautiful gal working the grill there, because it has to be done. And then everybody else in the diner are there from Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up from Twilight Zone, because I love it. So watch the gentleman turn around with the hat. Everybody blinks. And if you look out the window there, you can see a flying saucer, and you will see the smoke move when the cheerleaders do their thing. Because I like to handcraft this stuff for you guys, because that's what we do here. Made with Liberty in the USA. Having a good time. Comicsgate since 2018, which seems insane to me now. Back in books and having a great time and loving making books for you guys. So thank you for backing the stuff. This one's for you, Random McGranderson.
Charge!
Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Love me some Twilight Zone. This is the season for Twilight Zone. And thank you again, Random McGranderson. Thank you again, Glass Machine. Thank you guys so much for being here. I do appreciate you. And thank you, Cranberry Landers OG, for all of your support too. So what was I going to show you guys? I had something. Oh, I'm going to grab something real quick because I want to show this to you guys. Hold on a second. Wow, I'm not going to say it. Don't make me say it. Let me get this stuff organized a little bit here. Disorganized, organized chaos. Lock this down. Ecamm is really cool because of the stuff you can do with layout. That's one thing about it I really dig. Okay, cool. We're back. So let me tilt this back up so you guys can see the madness that is the studio. I'll be right back. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I'm going to probably knock a bunch of stuff over, so I apologize. There it is. Oh, this is totally going to fall. Ugh. If you're looking for something to invest in this Halloween season that you will never regret, my friends. You will never regret. Definitely invest in this. Twilight Zone, the complete series. Love the Twilight Zone. And this is 100% inspiration fuel. Just one of the greatest things of all time. I love this. And it's so great. Yeah, you're not watching the animation Glass Machine's like, I'm watching the cheerleaders. This is America. Yes, I'm with you, man. That's how it has to be done. Yeah, see you, Cranberry Landers. Take care, brother. Have a great evening. It's always great to see you, brother. Always great to see you. But yeah, I love the Twilight Zone. It's one of the best things. It's on Tubi for free if you don't have the box set. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, to me, if I was designing school curriculum for kids in terms of stuff to put in front of them, I would absolutely think that every American kid, and I made sure my kids were exposed to these things, but every American kid would watch the original Star Trek series and the Twilight Zone series. Love that stuff. Sean, that diner painting reminded me of the Sandman 24 Hours for some reason. Very cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, I have a lot of fun making stuff for this channel. And it's and because it's a part of it. It's a part of what we do here, you know. And the attention to detail stuff is a big part of what you have to do in crowdfunding and what you have to do in Comicsgate. And when you guys bring up books or you bring up movies or things and like that, if I have time, I try to check stuff out because I think that's where, you know, where this stuff comes from. And as somebody, but I feel like it would be lucrative for cheerleaders to be sponsored by Victoria's Secret. Seems like a win-win. I'd agree with that. Absolutely. Sean, that diner painting. Okay, got that one. Good. It's on Tubi. Yes, check out Twilight Zone if you haven't. Twilight Zone is awesome. Thank you, Cranberry Landers, again for that super chat. Have a great evening. By the way, thank you again, Glass Machine. And thank you again, Random McGranderson, by the way, who always is coming in here and so generous. Thank you, my brother to the north. Yeah, it's like when I'm doing these books for you guys, it's all about making an experience that's going to be something that you're happy to have in your bookshelf. I love books so much. I still can't believe I can't find those Tolkien books. That's going to drive me nuts. I'm going to find them as soon as I'm done streaming. I know that's... Oh, wait, hold on. No, is that... No, it's not. It's Arthur Rackham. Shiver me timbers. I wish I could find those. That's annoying. But the thing about making books is I'm always thinking about how these things are going to look. And I know I said this before, but this is the last... chance you have to get my second art book because it didn't have a high print run. So it's only available in the highest tier for Nosfero, which is going to be every first printing book of Nosfero is going to have, I think it's 4 head sketches, I think. I can't remember how I worked it out. But every single one of the first printing books is going to have a head sketch in it. So you get 4 inked head sketches on the signatory page in these books. So it's signed with a head sketch in ink that I do, and then every single book is going to have that. That tier is the only place, because I do not have any more copies left after we fulfill this campaign, where you can get Rigor Mortrex, my second art book. So yeah, it's do not miss that book. There's 3 of those left, I think. 7 out of 10 are gone. But there's also, I think there's 8 painted head sketches, but they're paintings, which is monsters or creatures, dealer's choice. I've done Bride of Frankenstein for one of those. Someone commissioned me to do. I've done Frankenstein. I've done werewolves. I've done Krampus. That was a fun one. I did have Tammy had me do Laurel from Nosfero. Someone had me do Phantomas, and sometimes people have me do a Kong gorilla for that head sketch. And I put a lot of love and time into them and paint the hell out of them. And I will tell you this, the Bride of Frankenstein I did for Lloyd was one of my best illustration ideas ever, and it's one of my favorite paintings ever. And I love that Lloyd has it because I'm working on a dragon painting for him right now that I'm wrapping up, actually. And I can't wait to get that to him. But lots of people who are big supporters and are... and I appreciate you guys so much for doing all this stuff. And it makes the trip to the post office to mail all this stuff to you guys all the better. Because I love doing this and I love working on this stuff. So thank you guys. Yeah, that Bride of I've got a Bride of Frankenstein. I don't even think I can show on stream, unfortunately. Where is it? That's not it. You can tell I'm having to be cautious with it because yeah. It's a little racy. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Move it fast. Oh man, I can't even cover this one up enough. Oh man, there is not enough coverage for this to work. Do I have any of those sticky notes around here? I don't think so. I thought I had some here for a while. Hang on a minute. We'll try these out. I thought I had them on my desk, but I can't find them. That's annoying. Oh yeah, for those of you guys who are backing the Crypt Treasure Trove, and I think some of the higher tiers come with this, if you missed the first campaign, this is the bookmark that you're going to be getting with those campaigns. So I'm giving you, for some of the higher tiers you're getting, and this one's dinged to shit, so it will come in better condition. But this is a bookmark that's an original painting done just for the bookmark, and you can flip it around, and it works both ways. So this is the bookmark you get, and there's also 2 trading cards you can get with the Crypt Treasure Trove tier. Let's see if I have both of them where I can get them. There we go. And so this is one of them, of Phantomas, inspired by the He-Man Battle Cat box artwork. And then here is the Lascivia one. Dust everywhere. Here is the Lascivia one right there, which you will also get. So those are the sort of the trading cards that you can get. So let me fix this and see if I can cover it up enough to be able to show you. I haven't painted on the... oh, Jesus. That's getting dicey. There we go. That's almost working. So this is a painting that I'm working on right now. And I'm still roughing in the figure, but it's painted from a model. And this is going to be the Bride of Frankenstein crawling across the floor after the explosion with very little on. And I'm just having fun. I'm going to put Frankenstein back here and Dr. Pretorius, crushed over here, and Frankenstein electrocuted where he pulled the lever down. But I just wanted to do a nice, sexy bride crawling out of the rubble. Yeah, with a little bit of diaphanous going on. All the things that a fan needs, I think. They're very important. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Flutterbat. I appreciate that, man. Let me see here. Mr. Monkey Boy 1969. Indeed. Yeah, I love painting that dog. And, the funniest... Here's another crazy thing. So I've gotten to know Captain Chokeout, which is a sentence I never thought I would probably utter. And again, I go so far back, I remember the stream of the Toontown stream when that was the name given. And that was the funniest thing in the world to me, because he actually has cane corsos. So he has the dogs that inspired Phantomas. And it's oi to Chokeout. It's been nice to get to know him, because I could talk boxing with him and stuff like that, because I love UK fighters, and so he always knows what's going on with fighters in the UK. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, it's the Post-it note was everything. The Post-it note was everything to that. Oi. Lots of Lots of love there. No, she has she's got stuff going on. Yeah, it's one of those poses. I think you guys know the pose if you've been around long enough. Arched back and a little bit of everything is visible. I like to watch the Rumble in Toontown every year. It is a celebration of life. Yeah, that guys. Yes, he is absolutely. He cracks me up. He's had me laughing and I can't breathe. That dude, like Shane too, man. Oh my god, man! There's certain things that just wreck me, man. And I had a coughing fit on Kingsy. What day is it? I guess technically 2 days ago, but Monday. I had to like mute myself, and I couldn't. I had to leave. I couldn't stop coughing, and I was coughing for like hours after that. Man, it was rough. But yeah, I remember seeing that video when you almost couldn't believe what you were seeing. I don't know. I think maybe they did 2 issues. I never got the second issue. It was one of those 90s in and out. So there's just 1 issue that I was involved in. And then I went off to college. And what was funny is, here's the further tie-in to my brother Rocky and how we met. Before I went off to college, there was a newspaper article on me in Chattanooga, Tennessee about this kid who was going off to the college Rocky was going off to that his mom saw, and that I had just done a comic book. So that comic book got me an interview in the local paper. That local paper got seen by Rocky's mom, and Rocky's mom said, you should try to find this kid from our town when you go off to college. Ridiculous. So insane. Jordan or Shane says place when he's not trying to be. Shane cracks me up because he likes, I mean, of course, it's like we're both, we both have a sort of a similar marriage experience in certain ways. That makes for dynamic and interesting stuff. It's like, my wife is I'm sure some of you guys know this. My wife is white. I'm mixed. I'm like Indian, Austrian, and Puerto Rican. It's like I'm, born in Texas, so, grew up in Tennessee. So we kind of have like some interesting sort of crossover there. But the other thing is he's a big fan of Godzilla. He's a big fan of monsters, which I'm like Graham is sort of my monster kid. Shane is sort of my kaiju guy I talk kaiju stuff with. And fighting. He's into fighting, which I don't have a lot of people I can talk fighting with. And I'm not like a fighter, like I don't train or any of that stuff, man. Because I'm not like Shane, I'm not going to the gym, I'm not doing combat sports. I'm a stat guy. I'm one of those guys who like loves studying the history, the stats. I watch fights, and I've hit mitts and things like that before, but not I've never sparred or any of that stuff. I've been in fights, but I've never sparred. It's cool to be able to talk about that kind of stuff with people. Do you know what I mean? It's like with Ethan, I can sort of deep dive. We've never done it before, but I can deep dive into Psycho with Ethan because I love that movie. He's a fan of Psycho too, and I can talk to him about just some of the interesting stuff that was done, and like that's what makes it fun. And you guys know we come in here. And all of you guys who back Nosfero, we'll talk about Hammer horror movies, and you guys will bring stuff up. We'll talk about comics. John is my comic guy. Like, John and I we have a few different tastes, but we have a lot of overlap in our comic sensibility. He's not a big fan of Mobius, but that's how it goes. And it's so what I always told my wife is the nice thing about Comicsgate, and the nice thing about being here is my brother Nick is a true brother. He's my best friend, and he knows. Like, we get into obscure, like, stuff about, of different literature stuff and art stuff and poster art and painting techniques. Like, that's just how that is. And Rocky's known me forever, and he knows all the comic stuff. He's been there from the beginning and all these other crazy cats I'm around. It's nice to have almost like work friends, I guess is a way you could put it in a sense, but colleagues who do specifically the stuff you do, where you're talking about lettering, you're talking about crowdfunding, you're talking about YouTubing and honing your craft. And it's nice to have people that I can sort of talk to about certain aspects of drawing, and then you can just laugh with too. And that's nothing I really ever had in academia. I mean, it's just with the exception of my brother when we worked together. There's a lot of stiffs, for lack of a better way of putting it. And it's nice to be able to kind of be really serious about what you do, talking about paper stock and printing and all of the things that goes into this stuff, and all the craziness in crowdfunding, and have people who are similarly motivated and have that passion for comics and the kind of discipline and time that you have to put in to be creative. That's something that's you can't discuss with a lot of people. You can't discuss the minutia of making books and comics and lettering with a lot of people. And so to be able to find people who are like I have friends and folks I've worked with in concept art, and that's what they do, and people who work in education and fantasy and science fiction artwork. But I haven't had people who were extremely involved in like panel to panel storytelling in comics, but as an art form. And that's a really killer thing to have, and I'm talking about this stuff with Bosch too. I should include Bosch because Bosch is a fan of Ayn Rand, and so am I. And so getting to talk with Bosch, I think Bosch was mortified for why I prefer Atlas Shrugged, like the really disturbing reason I prefer Atlas Shrugged to the Fountainhead. But what are you going to do? At least he got a kick out of it and laughed. Larry Stroman, lives close by. Larry Stroman, what an amazing artist. What an amazing artist. There was just a flow to his work. And I remember, I think he did a cover of, did he do an X-Force or New Mutants cover? I can't remember what it was. If I'm thinking of the right thing. And the fur and the movement coming off of the work of the figure. It was just he's always done action and motion really well, but there was such a movement to that cover. And I think there was the big character with the round glasses maybe was standing in the background. I hope I'm remembering the right artist. I'd hate to be remembering the wrong artist. But it was such an amazing piece. It just had such a great flow. X Factor, that's what it was. It was probably X Factor. See, Rocky knows because he remember. Do you know the piece I'm talking about, Rock? And please let me know if I'm on the money there. Make comic books great again. Oh yeah, Mutant Specialist. Yes. And that cover just hit me like a ton of bricks, man. It was great. It was a great, of course, Tribe, and I had that, of course. There you go. X Factor 71. You got it. Yeah. It just, you want to talk about craft and the skill of this stuff. That was one of the great things about when I was being mentored by Brian. I never got that when I was in college, and Stelfreeze would just go over layout pages with me and really go over storytelling and language with me. It's the craziest thing, man. It was like it was all building for me. I always wanted to do independent comics. I self-published comics when I was 14 and 16, and self-published Springball in 2002. It's like almost like everything was waiting for Comicsgate, man. I could think about that all day. How many things I got and all the weird connections. I don't want to ever find out that I have a connection with like Ethan or John Malin, because that would be too creepy, man. I don't want to find out that we had crossed paths at some really obscure event. Like Dan Lawless delivering newspapers to my house at some point when and living in the same neighborhood as me during the couple of years I was in Michigan. And Andy Smith doing the cover of my first pro work, and Shane Davis buying it at a BP gas station. I'm out. I'm out, man. Back Nosfero and Springball. There's clearly some plan that we're all a part of, so I don't know. Do it, because I love making these books for you guys, but my mind gets blown. Yeah. He's so cool to hang out with, too. I heard that, too. I heard he was just a super chill, just want to chill, make artwork. I'm doing all right. Serendipity abounds, to put it, you're 100% mildly. Yeah, it's serendipity is. Oh, here's one. Sorry, I forgot this last one. So, I buy comic books and things that are like older comic books, like, you know, Rocketeer and all that stuff. But I'm not up on what's going on in comics. I'm not buying DC comics. I'm not buying Marvel comics. I probably had bought, every now and again, I'd buy something for the art, you know, but I would buy, I got to look around my room at the comics I was buying, but I'd buy old collected editions. I'd buy old Ninja Turtle comics. I must have bought those 100 times over. Certain collections of, let's see, obscure Miyazaki comics, Nausicaa, things like that, but like things like Daydream Note. How many of you guys know Hayao Miyazaki's Daydream Note? You know, I'm working in concept art. I did do, you know, some comics, but around the time of Comicsgate, I'm not really looking at comics, right? I'm in academia. I'm working as a professor. And I start listening to this guy who is describing what I'm going through as a professor in academia, right? A guy by the name of Jordan Peterson. So I'm commuting up to work, listening to Jordan Peterson as he's being canceled for talking sense and being threatened for talking sense. And then I'm coming home and I'm watching Phantom Menace streams and like the High Council and Star Wars stuff, because that's how I'm unwinding at the end of the day. Hail, William Wellborn, W squared, what's up, brother? It's great to see you, man. And I'm coming home and I'm watching this guy, you know, talk about comics, Ethan Van Sciver, or not talk about comics, sorry, talk about Star Wars, not even comics. Occasionally he brings up comics, and occasionally he draws Green Lantern. He talks about drawing Green Lantern and all the amazing work he did on it, which all my DC Comics brother Arvin knows, and probably Rock knows it too, because Rock was collecting a lot of comics as well. And all of a sudden I'm going to watch my Star Wars, you know, stuff and unwind, and I'm doing my paintings and my illustrations and my concept art stuff. And all of a sudden, Jordan Peterson comes on, looking lit like he's in a hostage situation. He goes, I'm Jordan Peterson, and you're watching Comic Artist Pro Secrets, eh? And that's not good. That was bad, Jordan Peterson. I did my best. And I'm like, what the hell am I? Why is this happening? How do these two things cross? This makes no sense. And then Ethan mentions that he did the interior illustrations for 12 Rules for Life, which is the book that I'm being exposed to Jordan Peterson on, and that I found, like, this is something people should be reading. This is incredibly, like, this is like Joseph Campbell, but with a lot of different ideas and structures. It's less about mythology and less about more about getting your life together. And he's talking to an underserved group of people. And then I find out that the only Ethan Van Sciver work outside of CYBERFROG that I had ever purchased is 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson. And my brain just, like, that doesn't make any sense. That's my weird Ethan connection. That a guy who, like, I'm one of the few college professors that was, like, I went to go drop my car off at the place where we get our car repaired. And we know those guys. They've watched our kids grow up. We're friends. We consider them friends of the family. And a guy I've never met before comes out. He's going to work on my car. He's going to check the tire because I'm commuting 90 miles. And I'm listening to Jordan Peterson on my way up and back. And he pulls the car around after he fixes it. He gets out of the car. And I go to get in it. I sit down. He goes, "Hey, man." And I go, "Yeah?" And I didn't realize I'd had it playing. He goes, "Jordan Peterson?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Right on." I was like, why can't I work with this guy? Why do I have to work with the people I'm driving 90 miles to see who thinks this guy is a Nazi and the Antichrist? You know what I mean? And it was nuts. "Hey, what is up, Alan? How you doing? Just received a gift membership from..." Oh my gosh, Barbara, you gifting memberships. Alfonso Riley just received a membership. I'm going to be updating those credits after today's show. Amoral Fat 40 Ounce was gifted a membership. William Wellborn was gifted a membership by Barb. You went nuts. My God. Glass Machine was gifted a membership, and Barb Rogers gifted Solar Terror, Miss Solar Terror, might I add. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, if you're nasty, as Janet Jackson would say. Gifted 5 Shanth and Jetty Art memberships. Thank you so much for that. And you need a round of cheerleaders here at the Waffle Lodge. Thank you so much for that. That is incredible stuff. Here you go.
Charge!
You gotta love it. One more.
Charge!
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Oh my gosh, lucked out on eBay with Kaluta's The Shadow movie comic adaptation. It is great. My friend saw the Jim Carrey mask ad on... saw the Jim Carrey The Mask ad on the back. They thought it was Sacred Tome. Yes, it does. And thank you, Barb Rogers, my lady. Much appreciated. A serious man. I haven't seen you in ages. How are you doing, brother? It's great to see you. Mike Likes Tacos says cheers. Jeremy Burt says cheers. Welcome to the Crypt Walker status, guys. Lots of cool stuff in there to check out. Frackoff Felgerkarp, thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you. Barb Rogers, you legend, and a man called Plush, keeping it real. Yeah, my brother did, as you guys know, he did colors on, I think, a third with Mark Chiarello, who was also coloring on it, of The Shadow 1941. And I think I have a paperback copy of it here somewhere that I can flip through. Nope, that's mine. Here it is. So he was a colorist on this book right here. And I have a hardcover of it that he did an interior sketch on, which is incredible. He did a gouache sketch. But that's my brother from another mother right there. So he was working with Mark Chiarello and another great painter, John Wellington. And he's friends with Mike Kaluta. He's just a terrific guy. And I remember Razorfist did a review of this book, and actually your boy Zach did a review of this book and how great it was. And my friend Nick always felt like, I didn't know it was a big deal. And I'm like, so many people, this was their first Shadow book. So I made him watch Razorfist talking about how this book got Razorfist into the Shadow, and he now does the Shadow podcast. Speaking of very strange stuff. And what's up, Spike and Resolve? How are you doing? It's great to see you. I hope you were doing well. And then your boy Zach bought this and was raving about this book. And I went, dude, do you get that you worked on something that is a legendary book? Like, this is a great, great comic book, man. Mike Kaluta, it was just one of those quick Marvel, where they got the rights to the Shadow, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, holy crap, I got the Marvel edition. Shout out to Razor for putting me on. There you go. Yeah, man. Isn't that crazy? It's like he was talking about this book and how he picked it up when he was working at a Salvation Army, and they were getting rid of a bunch of stuff that wasn't okay for kids that had been donated, and so he grabbed a copy of this. And I said, dude, do you understand, like, this book is just an incredible story. And so, again, speaking of disturbing crossovers, this was my first Shadow comic, and I bought this in Chattanooga, and I remember thinking, this is one of those, I think there's a raid here. I think you may be right. Yeah, there is definitely some kind of raid going on, and God bless you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys for being here. And so, yeah, one of the things that was so great to me about it is I picked up this book, go off, work with this guy for a couple of years, and then he mentions he knows Mike Kaluta, and he colored this book. So, yeah, Mike Kaluta did some great work. But my brother, the hardcover edition I have of this somewhere in here, I have no idea exactly where, has a painting. My brother did a gouache painting of the Shadow on the inside of it, and it's gold to me. He's just a terrific guy. Yes, indeed, and thank yous are going up for Barb. Indeed, Barb is making it happen, and it's gifted memberships. I appreciate it, Barb. It's incredibly helpful, and it's all stuff that goes to, as I was saying before, buying brushes and making everything I do here happen. And so when I went to go and do Nosfero, and again, guys, it's gone on Halloween. So if you have not backed Nosfero yet, please make sure you do, because it's out of there when it's done. And those books are going to be rare, and they're going to be... Where the heck is this? Dang it. Did I move it all the way back or something? I've got way too many books here. So, here are the books I was reading. Oh, EVS just ended. Oh, nice. Here are the books. Here are the books that I was reading in college and I was inspired by. The Collected Rocketeer by Dave Stevens. Rocketeer Cliff's New York Adventure. Oddly, they had painted covers, which I wouldn't have thought of. The Shadow, 1941, and on top of that, the first publishing, not just the first, but first publishing was the name of the company. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collected graphic novel was the first comic I ever read. And all of these things had painted covers or painted colored covers, and they were all 8.5 by 11. So when it got to the point where I did Nosfero, you know, Barb, you're cracking me up. It's appreciated, Barb, very much so. In whatever manner, and this is more than enough, and enough is as good as a feast, as Mary Poppins would say, and as we raised our kids to think. But it's there was something about this format that I just loved. There was something about just the scale of it and how immersive it was, and so it would have been so expensive to do this. It's not cheap now, but it would have been impossible back when I did Springball. But just the square bound format and that you know, like this is thick, you know, cover stock and paper stock. But just to be able to, don't want to spoil the ending. I mean, you know, some of you guys may already know the ending anyway, but just to be able to do things like bonus. Whoa, just realized that page is probably not ideal, even though it's just a painting. But to be able to include the sketches in the back, you know, of this book, and to be able to include, you know, behind the scenes making of stuff. Every edition of Nosfero has different bonus features in it. So it's got what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? So if you get the Nosfero first edition of the book, which you can still get copies of the first edition. I don't know how many there are left. But you can still get copies of the first edition. It's got these bonus features in it. If you get the art edition, it's got different bonus features in it. And if you've got the oxidized edition, it's got all bonus features showing you sneak peeks of things in book 2. It's so funny. I do like waffles though. Now, you guys I'm getting hungry, man, with all this waffle talk. Like when I said when I was showing the Waffle Lodge, like I'm going to have the new Waffle Lodge stream say, you know, now with bacon. And that was a thumbnail I did when I didn't know Shane was going to do a stream that night and send me a link. It was the night that Bosch was closing out Pigman for good. And so I was building a thumbnail and I said, and it was going to be Waffle Lodge now with bacon, and it was going to have a Pigman thumbnail. And then Shane was like, sent me the link and said, I'll send Bosch the link. When I went on there, I was like, oh, dude, you know, Bosch is closing it out. And I said, Bosch, get in there. And things went that way. But that's why it says now with bacon. Yeah, Bosch did a killer Springball drawing for me, which I have, which is just great. Yeah, between John and Bosch and now Ethan doing a Springball on the cover of a CYBERFROG book, it's been a wild. It's funny too because my kids, you know, my son has the Salamandroid PVC and the CYBERFROG PVCs. I got them from him when he was younger, because it's been quite a few years. So I got him that, and it was just a blast to sort of see, you know, for him to see those characters, to see Springball on with Pigman and with Shane and John's characters. That was just fun, man. It was a great time. Yeah, really great stuff. Yeah, Rocky has a pig feeder lady emote. What am I missing? Yeah, bacon. Bacon is good, man. I'm about ready to order some breakfast for dinner or something, man. I am hungry. God, I can't stand when I get hungry like this, but sometimes it happens. Yeah. There's some great. Yeah, it was a perfect page, wasn't it, to stop at? Yeah, man. Yeah, and like the stream if you're in here, guys. Every little bit helps. You know how it is. It's like I'm always getting clocked by YouTube for one reason or another. But if you guys haven't seen it, and post a link in the chat, the CYBERFROG prequels books that are out, or book that's coming out, has a new alternate cover, although it kind of is an alternative cover in some sense, that features Springball. And so if you have not checked it out, and if you haven't seen it, let me see if I can find it here, and then I might be able to share it with you guys. If you've not seen it, I have so much reference material. Sorry, I just saw pictures I had sent my kids today for their 20th birthday. I love those guys. Let me see. No. Where is it? Maybe I am having a stroke. Like, I don't know. It might be. Oh, there it is. It might finally be happening, which would surprise nobody. Let's see if I can make this happen. All right. So now I'm going to do a new overlay. Let's do a new image overlay. And let's see if I can find this. Desktop. There we go. And there you go. Now I just have to make it a little bit smaller. So if you have not seen it yet, this is the CYBERFROG prequel campaign cover. Mods, if you could drop the link. Drink if you need to in the chat. Please do, because clearly my powers of speech are failing me. And but there you guys go. The gang is all here, and including Springball hanging out with Pigman and Godlike right there, which is really cool to see. And I just think it's a really fun cover to see, like a bunch of Kings pieces together is a blast. And so there you go. You know, lots of fun stuff happening, guys. Did I turn that thing slightly? Because it was... I did, didn't I? When I brought it in, I think I accidentally angled it. There it is. Man, I must have done that twice. It wasn't lined up. Sorry, folks. It happens. It happens sometimes with me. But yeah, so yeah, you guys can get Springball colored by, I believe... who did the colors on this? Does anybody know? Yeah, it's on the CYBERFROG prequel campaign. I wonder why Andy, Art, and Graham's characters didn't make it to the cover. No, I actually think... I'm sure it was a space thing. It's tough to fit a lot of characters on there. And I think the biggest thing with group shots that's tricky... I haven't given a lot of thought because I haven't done... I haven't had to do a group shot piece in a while, is the color. Because it's tough to have characters of a similar color, and especially of a lot of different colors. And God, group compositions are tough. I actually was working on a composition of a bunch of the Comics Geek characters. Thank you, Glass Machine, so much for posting the link. There you go, Ethan Van Sciver's CYBERFROG Universe prequel campaign right there. And if you want to find out the story of my character, Bob Rajas is dropping that link in there. There you go, Springball Turtle Monstrosity #1, guys. Make it happen. It is much appreciated. Yes, the CYBERFROG Universe prequels. There it is. Yeah, George Perez, don't even get me started, man. That guy's covers. Holy cow. With all of that, the like crazy stuff going on. And I also figure, by the way, this was very much a quick, like, you know, he had an idea and he wanted to do something with it. And it was like, all I know is, here's how crazy it was. I think it must have been trying to get the composition to balance out and just stuff that he wanted to visually draw. You know, it's the artist kind of prerogative. I don't know why any of us make the artwork we do, and why we gravitate towards things. But I mean, he basically showed me the image and was like, "Is it all right if I use this?" And I don't even know. I don't think he had shared it yet, but it was already colored, and I was like, "Yeah, man. Like, you know, we'll sort that out. Like, it's not a thing at all." It was cool. It was great to see him draw it, but I'm telling you guys, the amount of crazy things that have happened. This is how it happened. John Malin sent me the finished black and white piece of Springball, and it was like, "Hey, do you want to use this as a cover? You know, I'd like to give this to you as a cover. No pressure. You know, but you know, I'm gonna need you to pay for someone to color it." And I said, "Who do you want for your colorist?" My God, of course, I'd love to use it. "Who do you want for your colorist? I'll pay for it." And he's like, "Nah, never mind. I'm gonna color it." And I'm like, "All right, if you're gonna twist my arm, John, I'll take I'll take the Springball cover you're giving me that you're coloring." By the way, and thank you for sharing that link as well. And Barb, thank you for sharing the CYBERFROG prequel campaign, the Springball campaign. All of that stuff's important. Nosfero closing in 15 days, guys, as you guys know. Nosfero, the Crypt Walker. It is, I'm so excited about this book. I cannot tell you the second printing of it and the art edition, which is just going to be the artwork without the beautifully detailed artwork, 8.5 by 11. Yeah, Ethan drew that, guys. That's Ethan's for the CYBERFROG cover. So that's Ethan drawing Springball for the first time, which is a trip. And so yeah, this book is 8.5 by 11, and you can get the art edition. There's not going to be a lot of the art edition. So if you're looking for a Nosfero book to flip down the line, my God, that art edition and the oxidized edition are going to be the lowest print run Nosfero books. Well, actually, did I do the math? Yes, I think that's the case, because the first edition of it was like, that was nuts. But there's an edition of this book you can get. The art edition has no words on it. It's just the paintings. So you're going to be able to flip through these paintings, and it is going to be so cool. You guys are going to love it. And I know you did, Barb. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Barb. I really do. And there's the link to Nosfero. But yeah, so Ethan, it was cool to see him do Springball. I think he, and John too, man. It's like, it's a wild thing, man. Yeah. Awesome one. Tucci is really missing out by not selling She body pillows. Yeah. I think Billy is just a good Catholic boy, and he doesn't want to encourage all the sinning that would happen. That would be my guess. By the way, though we don't have a particularly direct connection, I did have the opportunity to meet Billy at conventions when I was showing my work around when I was younger. And I know you guys know this. I know nobody on earth needs to say this about Billy Tucci because everybody already knows this. But I met him back in the day. It must have been in the 90s. And he has always been what you see is what you get. So gracious, so friendly. Took the time to look over artwork, which nobody really likes to do at conventions. Dave Stevens was the same way. Dave Stevens looked over my portfolio, signed me a postcard, told me, he goes, you need to tell Mike Richardson at Dark Horse to take another look at your stuff. Dave was great. Mike Allred inked one of my sample pages of Spider-Man, so I have a drawing that Mike Allred inked downstairs. Like, there are some people you meet who are just super kind. Like, Jeff Darrow was actually really nice, too, looking at my work. But Dave Stevens was a standout. Mike Allred was a standout. Who else? Like, there was just a bunch of people. Billy was just really nice. John Byrne was actually incredibly nice and was very complimentary about my work. I'd always heard horror stories of him, and I met him, and he was the nicest guy to me. He was like, let me tell you something, man. There's something in this work that not a lot of people have. I have to look at a lot of work when I'm here. You keep doing what you're doing. And I remember I think I went to go tell Brian and some of the Guy Jin guys. It's like, I just showed my work to Brian, yeah, exactly. Amen on Billy. 100%. And I remember I was telling them, I just showed my work to John Byrne, and they were like, how'd that go? And I went, it was great. He's the nicest guy. And they were like, what? I mean, they were liked him. I think they were cool with him and all, but they were just shocked that a young guy showed his artwork to him and he was nice about it. So, yeah, I had a great John Byrne experience. I didn't have a negative experience with him. He was a terrific guy, and it was great. Let me tell you, brother. It's true. Yeah, he did. He grabbed me by the shirt. He pulled me across his little podium he had on the table where he stood. And he said, let me tell you something, kid. You got something we call pizzazz. Pizzazz in this business. Yeah, it was wild, man. Oh, I remember you telling us about that. It was so surreal because all I had heard was bad stuff. Holy crap. The boss Byrne, bless the man who drew the best Wolverine. Yeah. John Byrne is another one of those people, man, who gave so much life to comics, man. He gave so much life to Fantastic Four, to, like, you list all the stuff. DC, Marvel, like, what did that guy not do? Wolverine, it's like you just go on and on. And by the way, the Wolverine costume that was my costume, that was my costume. And then he inspired some of my heroes. Yeah, a great Superman at a Time magazine with his artwork on it. I mean, you want to talk about an accomplished guy. So naturally, I thought there is no way in hell that, like I assumed, because I would show my artwork to get a critique, to get ripped to pieces. Like, that's what I wanted to learn how to do. And I certainly assumed that John Byrne was going to be up to that task. It was kind of a shock. Yeah, his Lois Lane is a fox. Yeah, one of the biggest problems I think people have when they draw Superman is not putting the time in on and really getting Lois Lane to be beautiful. Whenever I would draw, and I never did it professionally, but when I did draw Lois Lane, when I did sample pages for Mike Carlin and things like that, I was always looking at Lauren Bacall because I thought Lauren Bacall with dark hair had that look from that era. And I love the Max Fleischer Lois Lane, and even though the hairstyle is out of date, I love that kind of thing. Did Andy Smith love it? Oh, that's an interesting question. We'll have to ponder that. Your costume, put it on next time. There you go. You got to eat lightning and crap thunder. That's right. I don't think I ever showed my work to Andy. That's actually fascinating, man. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, Andy does great stuff. What's up, Eric? I see you lurking there. I haven't done a painting lesson with Eric in ages because Eric's been busy doing real life stuff, I think. You know? God bless him. How you doing, brother? It's good to see you, man. Hope everything's going well. Eric, my kids turned 20 yesterday. So about 4 hours ago. Let that sink in. Oh my God. Yeah, yep, your second cousin Eric is here. Yeah, Eric is let me tell you something, man. There are degrees of me getting to know people. Yeah, Andy Smith's Loneliness. Is it live? Is it still live or did it close? I thought we closed it out. Is it live still? Am I having a seizure? It may still be live because they don't take these things down, man. So yeah, the way it goes is that yes, indeed, I will pass that along, Eric. I will absolutely pass that along to them. But the way that it works, and the thing that is so funny about it. Oh my gosh, sorry. Oh my God, sorry. My daughter texted me and I didn't check. She texted me when I was not looking at the screen, and she was telling me that her fire sprinklers went off at her college, and my God. Dadding never stops. My God. Just texted her, was like, come home if you need to. Sprinklers went off in their dorm because they had a fire alarm go off. Oh my God, I hope all of her stuff isn't destroyed. Ugh. Oh, being a dad, it never stops. Oh, okay. It wasn't her dorm. It was the first floor. Just heard from Baby Girl's okay, everybody. Lordy B. Oh God. Yeah. Anyway, I never try not to ever talk too much about her because you know how things are. Oh my God. But anyway. So yeah, man. So Eric, here's how I always describe it. If I can talk to my brother Nick about somebody I know on a first name basis. So if I could say, or first and second name basis, you know, so it's like going, oh yeah, so I got it covered by John Malin. Oh yeah, right? Or, isn't that crazy? And he's like, oh yeah, John, the guy who, and I'm like, yeah, the guy who, the C2E2 and all of that crazy stuff. And, you know, first man over the wall. And if I could go, oh yeah, Ethan put on a CYBERFROG. He's like, oh, that's great. Like he knows what it means, you know, and he's not a comic guy. He's not dialed into all this stuff, but he knows certain people. And that's kind of how it works. Like it's just like, if my brother knows you, my wife knows of you, it's, you know, it's how it goes, you know? And when my kids were young, one of the funniest things, because I was watching these streams all the time, is that, there was they had seen enough streams with Cecil on it to where I came to the dinner table one time and I said, hello guys. And they both looked at me, my kids, and they were like, God, this was how many years ago? So they could have been like 12 or something, 12 or 13. And they went, hello, in Cecil's character voice from back then. But yeah, my daughter told me one time that her favorite Comicsgate character, she goes, you know who my favorite Comicsgate character is? And I said, no, sweetheart. I didn't even know you knew that many of the characters. Who is it? And she goes, the Raised by the Wolves guy. And I went, wait, John Malin? And she thought, she referred to the people in Comicsgate as characters. And I told John that. Maybe that's what got John inspired to do the Springball cover. Is that he's my daughter's favorite Comicsgate character. When she was a little kid, she just thought that song was so cool. And his little video was so cool. And she watched me do, intros for Cecil, and the intro I did for Aaron, and Graham Nolan's intro where where I was frame by frame back then animating the eagle coming and landing on his shoulder. All stuff you probably do easily with AI now. But it was such a funny thing. These kids have grown up around Comicsgate, and they've been here for a lot of this stuff. And it's like my wife, again, I was working as a college professor watching Fandom Menace streams. But I remember when I was telling her about Ethan getting canceled from DC Comics, and I'm like, he's like us, babe. He's got kids, he's got a family, he just got married, and he's got a little daughter, and they just took everything from him. And when John got the Antarctic press deal fell through, and then when John and your boy Zach Richard got kicked off of Kickstarter and went to Indiegogo. Like, that's the stuff that all led to me doing every crowdfunder I've ever done. I've done on Indiegogo, and if Indiegogo, ends up not treating us right, I'm going to go over to Fund My Comic, and that was the reason why I did the redesign of Fund My Comic's logo, is because I wanted to support them, and that logo you see, I think it's still there on their homepage, and on it was one of their banners, I think. That was something I just reached out to those guys and said, look, I did this for a trailer I was doing. I cleaned up some stuff. Do you guys want to use it? That's what we do here. That's the big thing we do. And so when you guys, do what you do here, support this channel, become channel members. Barb, thank you so much, by the way. And thank you to everybody who sent super chats. Random McRanderson, thank you for sending a super chat. I appreciate it so much, man, that you guys do that. Thank you, Cranberry Landers. I know he's asleep. And thank you, Glass Machine, because that stuff goes to buying brushes and all of the things that make this stuff possible and make it possible for me to do my work, and Jeremy Burtz and all the longtime channel members. We do. And I do think that Shane and Yanzi they're a real inspiration to me. Like, when I look at the stuff that they do, I know how much work goes into everything else they do. They're not only doing their own books, they're hiring people. They got a new baby, although I had two at the same time. So that's the only place where I can say anything. What's up, Simply Green? Yeah, wrapping up soon, but still going, man. But Shane and Yanzi are just really crushing it, man. And I find it really inspiring that to see people who are just machines, Like, I look at guys. We think about where Comicsgate was when we started, man. It's like funny. Like, I remember when I was introduced to Eric Weathers as a letterer, and then I ended up doing a painting, which that painting was I really poured a lot into that, and it was a fun painting to do. But for Battle Brick Road was just so much fun to do. But getting to know him and then hiring him to letter Nosfero and then doing painting lessons, like, all this stuff is crazy, man. And yeah, Simply Green, we're still going. It's like I said, I mean, it's I've seen enough horrible stuff to where being positive is easy now. That's the secret, for me. That's the secret for me, is all the stuff I saw when I was a kid and all the stuff, like, every day to me, I always think of it as like kind of bonus time. And I always think, when you read Nosfero, I don't believe in auteur theory to the point of you're trying to write your own story and you're trying to send a message to people. But if you read the Nosfero story and how the message of like, I wanted to bring back that Peter Cushing Hammer horror, old school Bram Stoker's Dracula, the power of faith to combat evil. When you see Peter Cushing say, "Only God has no fear," like, that's the stuff that inspires me. You know what I mean? Like, that's the stuff that gets me. And it's like, like it's, I won't go into the stuff I've seen because it's not cool. it's not easy for people to hear, and it's like I may have mentioned it once on a stream I did with John Malin after the incident with Charlie Kirk. I think I mentioned it because I was just talking about some of the horrific stuff, one of the horrific things I've seen, and that we don't need to make that stuff happen, but as a thing. But when you see the story of Nosfero, I can't write stories about characters who are positive and come out the other side with some kind of positive belief unless they've been through hell, because it wouldn't ring true to me. It just wouldn't ring true to me. And that's what, like, when I bring Nosfero to a close, like, and I close it, it's gone on Halloween, which is, funny enough, it will be the 49th anniversary of the day I was baptized, because I was baptized on Halloween, believe it or not. Sunday, 1976. Yeah, I'm sure they are going to be really exciting. You know what? And I've heard that from a lot of people, man. And I tell people this all the time, that there are so many near misses, and there are so many things that that can crush you to the point where you feel that when, like, my wife wrote something. I'm not going to say it because I can't read it and I can't say it. I think I read it once on stream and I was like, I can't do this shit. If you read my wife's introduction that she wrote for Nosfero, I couldn't believe I thought about her writing it because I thought it would be great, and I wanted her to do it because she's been here saying it. Hail, crack off, Felgerkart, by the way. She's been here for the journey. She supported me in this leap of faith. She supported me in everything. She's ride or die on everything. And I kind of wanted her to write an intro, and she goes, I said I got to figure out how to write an intro for Nosfero because I don't know who I'm going to ask. And she goes, I'll write it. And I said I was going to ask you, but I didn't know if you'd say yes. And she goes, I've been thinking about what I would write in an intro for you this whole time for some reason. And she wrote the intro to Nosfero, and she killed it. And she wrote things that I don't often talk about, and she refers to them obliquely. And I read it. It was the most incredible thing, I think. I don't even know what to say. I was like, this would make a hell of a eulogy. Shit. So the joke of all the jokes that I have that my wife hates, the number one joke that she hates of mine, I'll share that with you now, is I told her I want my epitaph on my tombstone to read, "I was born for this." She hates that joke. It's just how it is, School of Hard Knocks. But I love horror. I love Halloween. I love, the Hammer horror movies, and I love the sort of the sexiness. As Peter Cushing said, there was blood, there was sexiness, there were all these things. But the most important thing is at the end of our movies, good always triumphed over evil, And I think there's something, like Nosfero is about good triumphing over evil. The books end with that. They're affirmational and aspirational. And when you see these books and you see, like, it's not, I always try to make sure the books are not cruel. One of the books that inspired Nosfero and his origin a lot is The Count of Monte Cristo. And that quote is in the end of both of the new editions of Nosfero because it's my favorite quote. So I have it on the onward page. And it's my favorite quote in the world. It's from The Count of Monte Cristo, and I can never get it exactly right. Did I copy and paste it somewhere? So I had it when I wanted to read it, because I always forget how to do it. Oh God, where is it? Nope. I always hope I have it copied somewhere and pasted somewhere so I can read it and have it, but I don't know if I do. Let me see. Nope. I doubt I have it. Oh, no, I do have it. Here you go. Here's the quote. Or paraphrase first and then the quote, because the question's paraphrased. What would I not have accomplished if I had been free? Someone asks him that, but I paraphrased it with an I, so it made more sense. Possibly nothing at all.
the overflow of my brain would probably, in a state of freedom, have evaporated in 1,000 follies. Misfortune is needed to bring to light the treasures of the human intellect. Compression is needed to explode gunpowder. Captivity has brought my mental faculties to a focus, and you are well aware that from collision of clouds, electricity is produced. From electricity, lightning. From lightning, illumination. That is outside of give nihilism no quarter. That is the quote that would be my credo. That's what it is. You need compression. All of my skills and everything I do in my writing is informed by the kind of the obstacles and the compression of the experience of making work. And Nosfero's origin is no different in that regard. And in fact, I keep books that are important to me nearby, and I keep people and action figures too, because I am still, very much a nerd. So I have Peter Cushing warding off evil nearby. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Alexander Dumas may have, I don't know, I think he may have had that one out of the gates first, but yeah, it's I'm sure it's the basis for all of that. I just realized I have that bat there. But I keep close to me all the books that are important. Last of the Mohicans, illustrated by N.C. Wyeth. But of course, The Count of Monte Cristo. If you have not read this book, what I love about it is the same thing I love about the story of Judah Ben-Hur, A Story of Christ. In that book, or in that movie, rather, it mirrors, was written by a Union Civil War general who was at the Battle of Shiloh, which is a Hebrew word, I think, that means place of peace, if I'm not mistaken. Because in the South, there's a lot of Hebrew names, like Jebediah and things like that. The South is, very different than up here with regards to that. I was actually kind of shocked at the Northeast when I came up here with some of that stuff. But the thing that's interesting about it is he wrote the story Ben-Hur that was then adapted into a movie. It was the book that outsold Uncle Tom's Cabin, which had been the most popular book up to that time. So he wrote an amazing thing. I read No Country for Old Men, much shorter. There you go. So here's the story of both Ben-Hur, one of my favorite movies about faith of all time, and The Count of Monte Cristo. And it's a very simple thing. What do you do? Who likes purple underwear? That is a good quote. I'm not against it, Barb Rogers. I'm not against it, as we say. Oh, God, that kills me. Why did you have to put that in my head, Frackoff? But I love your respect. Yeah, back John Malin's, guys. This is one of my favorite things coming out right now. This is my most anticipated book. That's the thing I like about John. John and I, in different ways, and I'm not saying nobody else does this kind of stuff like John does, but he's very bare knuckle in his writing approach and what he's willing to do, and so am I, in a different way. It's a different way, but it's something that, how far comics can be pushed. One of my favorite for early independent comics was a comic book called Grips by Tim Vigil. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where they took out the villain and they murdered a gang. These characters were just balls to the wall crazy. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that first book is incredible in terms of the things it does storytelling-wise. I can't be talking Ninja Turtles with Eric here because Eric is a Ninja Turtle fanatic, in case you're wondering. Eric says to me that he has 4 brothers that he holds close to his heart. And those brothers are turtles. Never forget. But Ben-Hur is the story of what happens when you finally get your revenge and you have the opportunity to take your revenge, and you do everything in your life working to get revenge. What's on the other side of that? And in Count of Monte Cristo, unlike the movie, and the movie is fine, but there's a very big difference in the book versus the movie. And he is, of course he is. John is the smooth helm of Muslims. Let me tell you something right now, right? Shane's accent is incredible. Like, he reminds me of, like, it's not the accent from where I'm from, but he does remind me of people I met, because I met a lot of people from all over the South. Mandy's accent is my wife's entire family who lives in Alabama, like all of her cousins and everything. And so it's so funny how comforting Southern accents are to her and me. Oh, God, I gotta crack my neck there. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. But yeah, man, it's Count of Monte Cristo is about, you got to move on. Like, you have all these skills. There's all these things you built. My drawing ability and everything I did was motivated by dreams to get out, an impossible sort of thing to get from, you can't get there from here to here. And I think that's the greatest thing about people like Rocky, who's probably asleep because it's late where he is. The greatest thing about people like Rocky is Rocky will be the first person to send me a text message. I sent him the CYBERFROG cover, and Rocky was so quick to send me a text, and he's like, "Dude, this is awesome. I hope you're happy, and you deserve this." And I texted him back. I said, "You son of a bitch," because he knows how I feel about things like that. You know how that is. What's up, Alfonso O'Reilly? Hail South, yes indeed, brother. And Barb Rogers got you a membership there, man. So a tip of the cap to my lady. Yeah, Canadians and left-handers have had, for the most part, have had a huge impact on me. Todd McFarlane, Canadian, just incredible work. I mean, he was born in California, but he's totally a product of Canada, and I just think, man, what an artist. Just what an artist. I mean, that dude changed my life, man. That dude made me want to be a comic book artist. Yeah, I mean, gosh, this is the crazy thing. You could... I'm buying Omnibus and stuff right now. Sometimes it's for reviews that we do, right? But on John Malin's channel. If you're not a member of John Malin's channel, we do comic book reviews. We did one today on Bernie Wrightson's creepy and eerie stories. So if you're a member, go check it out. If you're not a member, become a member and check out all those past streams. Yeah, no doubt. Dale Keown is the best Canadian alive, next to Barb Rogers. See, Barb, I'm on your side. I love Dale, but I'm going to hold you guys in equal esteem. And Stephen Rockwood as well, of course. I have a whole crew of Canadian people that I love, man. You know what? It's funny. Why can't you guys run Canada? Barb Rogers is the best Canadian in this chat. See, there's Glass Machine. Glass Machine is keeping it real. He's keeping it balanced. Yeah, like Dale. Yeah, Dale's another one. Like, I launched this campaign. I launched the Nosfero Second Chance campaign on Ethan's stream the same night that Dale launched the PITT poster campaign with the PITT trading cards as well. And it's great, man. I love Dale to bits. We were talking. Dale's a big Ray Harryhausen fan too, so we were going back and forth talking about Ray Harryhausen documentaries and stuff on X, and it's just he's a great dude. We got some guys. Our cup runneth over, man. We've got, like, you can, between old comic books and old collections of stuff you love and really cool new stuff you can actually crowdfund, support, and make happen. This is a great time to be alive and making art. It is a great time to be a fan too. I'm actually excited about comics again because of Comicsgate. Comicsgate made me excited about comics. Now, what I didn't suspect it would do is make me excited about making comics again. Because I was like, art books, I did my my Flash Gordon story that Len Wein wrote, and I did Starship Troopers, and even though it didn't get published, I got to do a story with Bruce Jones, an Alien World story by the late, great Bruce Jones, who actually wrote some of the stories in the creepy and eerie that Bernie Wrightson illustrated, including the legendary Jennifer was written by Bruce Jones. So to get to work with Bruce Jones off of a script, on a job that Thomas Jane hired me for. In one of those things, like Thomas Jane wrote the intro to The Rocketeer, and I saw him give an interview where he kind of got choked up and broke down talking about Dave Stevens' passing. And so I wrote him a note to say, look, I'm an artist, I'm influenced by Dave Stevens, and I just want to say your intro to The Rocketeer is beautiful, and I was deeply touched by by what you had to say about him. I met Dave Stevens at San Diego Comic-Con when I was in college, and he showed my work and he gave me this postcard. And I showed him my postcard and some of my artwork just to say, look how inspired by Dave Stevens I am. And Thomas Jane, so weird. So Thomas, it was just great. It was amazing. Thomas Jane emailed me back and said, what do you want to do? And I was like, what do you mean? What do I want to do? Like, it was like an open-ended question. He goes, I'm doing a story, anthology book called Alien Worlds. And I want you to illustrate one of the stories. And it's written by Bruce Jones. I was like, all right. Yeah, Thomas Jane. Actor that we watch in movies and television. I would be happy to illustrate something for the writer who wrote some of Dave Stevens' Alien World stories that he illustrated, that I grew up on, and the legendary Jennifer story that Bernie Wrightson illustrated. I will take that hit for the team. My God. Yeah, you guys are making me nervous, by the way. I'm worried about you guys. I know you know that, but I am worried. Not gonna lie, I totally move the creature of the Black Lagoon bust around the house after everyone goes to bed on the toilet seat. Listen, guys, I have an absolutely terrifying mask that I have when I want to scare my family. Terrifying. I have a Lon Chaney Jr. Wolfman mask. I have a Glenn Strange Frankenstein mask. But I have another mask here that I can put on when I want to scare people. Do you guys want to see it? Let me know if you guys want to see what I put on when I really want to scare a family. I got one yes, but I got to see some ones if this is going to happen, because this is involved. You're not going to be the same, though. I don't think you guys are going to be the same after you see that. That's my concern. You say that, Barb. You say that. Say that now. All right. Let's see how this goes.
So you gotta picture it, you know, just waking somebody up like that. You know what I mean? You gotta want it. You gotta be open to the divorce papers being filed. You can't, you know, be messing around. You know. So there you go, kids. We gotta have fun every now and again. It's Halloween season. It's 4:24 a.m. here on the East Coast. Nosfero the Crypt Walker has 15 days. 15 days left, and then it is gone for good. And you are not gonna hear me talking about Nosfero outside of fulfillment, and then sharing with you guys, of course, proofs of these beautiful books. I cannot wait. Yeah, the Dawn. Oh, speaking of things I love and that I see in, you know, vintage Halloween commercials, the Dawn Post Studio Company was sold, and they are making the classic masks again. Let me tell you this: the first Halloween mask I ever got, and my favorite Universal monster, hands down, like the one I just love. You can't help what you connect with, is Lon Chaney Jr.'s Wolfman. And the first mask I ever got was a Dawn Post Wolfman mask based on the classic design. It had fabric on the inside. I don't know if any of you guys... Yeah, that's right. You can destroy a whole planet. I know this, Barb Rogers. I know this. Of course I do. But it had fabric on the inside. It was a really comfortable mask. I got it when I was in the second grade. I was just desperate I loved Halloween. I still do. What am I talking about? I love Halloween. And the mask was for adults. It looked like I had a bucket on my head when I was wearing this thing. But it was the coolest. I want to see if I can find that to share with you guys. Because again, it's like I love Halloween so much. And I'm so grateful for you guys. By the way, we should say this. Let me do this because I got to remember to do this every now and again. Guys, thank you so much for continuing to back. Let me see if this works. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, it did. Ish. Not really. That's not the one I want. Where is it? Is it this one? There we go. Alrighty. So, this one right here. So, this is Nosfero the Crypt Walker Second Chance campaign. If you have not backed it... Gosh, am I still sharing? That screen share doesn't seem like it's working right either. Oh, I think I have to set it. Hang on a second. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the lack of professionalism here. Let me lock... Wait, that is locked. Is that one locked? Oh, it is. That's why. Okay, that works. Oh, no, it is saying Google Chrome, so I don't know what's going on. Oh, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Nothing's changed. I'm just an idiot. Oh, wait. No. Google Chrome... Google Chrome, and then automatic screen aspect ratio. Nope, that doesn't work. I want automatic. There we go. There it is. Look at him go. So this is Nosfero the Crypt Walker, guys. Nosfero the Crypt Walker Second Chance campaign. We are at 17. We just crossed 17,000 recently. Let's see if we got any backers tonight. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. We don't know. Oh, we got another backer. $17,139. Thank you guys so much. We're at 250 backers. I wonder if we could get to 300 by the end of this week. That would be something. But just to go over this again, let me play the trailer because I have the trailer hooked up here, and then I'm going to come back to this campaign. So if you have not checked it out yet, here's the brand new trailer for closing on Halloween, Nosfero the Crypt Walker. Here you go, guys.
When footsteps fall in eldritch hollows, and specters flee into the shadows, that is the time when horror's heroes abound, culling the ghouls that go bump in the night.
how can you not love Comicsgate? We're doing the coolest stuff. We're having fights. We're like one-man teams, one-man armies, a couple of people. We get together. We make beautiful books. Yeah, cull those ghouls, man. I absolutely love the Lovecraftian purple prose. And I posted this video on my channel of something I'm working on right now, and it's worth looking at in my video section. But I'm actually working on an H.P. Lovecraft documentary for my channel because I feel as though there are so many documentaries on people, whether it's Mary Shelley or anyone else, who just misrepresent them. I fall asleep and watch whole planets. Yeah, it's right. Yeah. Barb, we know this. I'm early adopter of this. I said you were my favorite Canadian. Think about that. So just remember, when you're looking for things to destroy, I love Vincent Price. God, guys. Yeah. Vincent Price. You know what? See, I don't know if I'm going to I'll probably get a claim, or I don't want to get struck for this. But, oh man, I almost want to just show it anyway. But I replied to a comment of a fellow Peter Cushing fan and a fellow Vincent Price and Christopher Lee fan with a video that you can probably find it on my comments that I've left on people. I don't know how to do that on X. I apologize. But it's Christopher Lee talking about his friendships and the most important things in the world, which is Peter Cushing and Vincent Price. And it's so moving. It is the whole reason, man, is friendships and like the people, how do I put it? The people who are my friends are in my inner circle. I've known them for decades, and my Mrs. and Jenny, of course, being the primary person in my inner circle. And I've almost known her for 30 years now. Almost. We've been married 25, but I don't think I've known her for 30. I've known Rocky for 31 years now. And my brother Nick, I don't even know where we are with that, but I'm sure we're at least 23 or 20 or so years, maybe 20 years, 22. Just a tremendous quote from Christopher Lee talking about his friends. It's a beautiful little interview, holds up pictures of them. And so I went in and it was a low res video on YouTube. So I went in and upscaled it and tried to clean it up a little bit. Cooked the audio a little bit just so it would be out there, and I replied to a friend, fan, on X. I like to think of as a future friend when I meet people on X. I know it's not always the wisest belief to have, but who was sharing his love of Peter Cushing, and if I can relate to somebody on that, and Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee and all those guys, then that's a good basis for a friendship. So. I replied with that, and I was thinking about my friends, and it's incredible. But yeah, Vincent Price reading things is absolutely outstanding. You can actually get abridged audiobooks, unfortunately, I think, but still, I worth it, of Christopher Lee reading Frankenstein and Dracula, and he does voices. When he does Quincy in Dracula, he does a southern accent. It's wild. Christopher Lee was incredible. Christopher Walken, James Earl Jones, Nick Cage. Yeah, lots of celebs reading it with awesome voices. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff out there, guys. There's a lot of great stuff to be had. So make sure you check out Nosfero the Crypt Walker, guys. Again, like I said, it's gone on Halloween. I cannot think of a better time to close that campaign out. And like I said, I'm grateful for you guys. Every time you back a book, yes, he did. Hearing him speak German was wild. He was doing an interview, and they were asking him questions in German, and he replied with one word, and then they said, "Do you speak German?" And he just went right into it. Brilliant at speaking German. And I grew up with German in my household. Let me rephrase that. If I said that amongst my my uncle, my late Uncle Franz, Uncle Gerald, and my cousin Reinhardt, they would correct me and tell me that they speak Austrian. But I grew up with the language known as German in my household. And so I heard it all the time, and I've been to Austria a few times to see family when I was growing up. And so you get pretty good at noticing like someone who knows what they're doing when they're speaking German. And Christopher Lee goes from British accent to a German accent flawlessly. I met
Dang, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I have to take a knee for that. Sean, I met the late Hammer star Shane Bryant, Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, Demons of the Mind and Frankenstein, and and Demons of the Mind and Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell. Indeed. He talks about Peter Cushing and Reverent Tones, the gentleman of horror, as he was known, and Hammer horror. Everyone says the same things about Peter Cushing. Everybody. And that is an incredible legacy to leave behind. Speaking of Captain Kronos, by the way, and I know the actor you're talking... Well, actually, speaking of both of those, let's honor the person. One sec. You guys will see me when I come around the other way. Yeah, I mean, you can't fake the stuff you're a fan of. You can't do it. You gotta feel it. This is not a big room, so when I grab books, because people are talking about them, and they go, dude, how do you have that? We just share a lot in common. That's how that works. Oh, whoop, got this up. Sorry, guys. Back Nosfero. Sorry if I'm a terrible salesman. That's why I depend on your grace and your enthusiasm for backing these things. Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell, with, of course, Madeline Smith, who was the inspiration for my cartoonier character of Laurel. Madeline Smith was a little bit of an inspiration there. You can see it on certain frames. I do think... I don't know. You can see it on occasion. You can see a little bit of Madeline Smith creeping in there. Nomad Damon! Oh my god, and you gifted a membership too, you maniac. I was just about to say, hey, Nomad Damon, channel member, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Let me get some cheerleaders coming your way, and I'll continue on that train of thought, brother. But it's great to see you.
Charge!
Oh, here we go. Hail, man. So I have that. Love that movie. And the actor in question, right? There he is right there. He also plays the son of the main vampire. And by the way, these Hammer collections are wonderfully put together. If you don't have them, I highly recommend them. But this is something I definitely threw some money down on. It has a beautiful interview with one of my favorite scriptwriters. Speaking of serendipity, the writer-director of Captain Kronos is also the writer of The Golden Voyage of Sinbad. One of my favorite Ray Harryhausen movie, and one of my favorite movies, period. And so I love the dialogue of that movie. I love how it feels. Nosfero, if you want to talk about writing inspirations, Nosfero 100% a weird influence is the kind of writing of heroism and the sexiness of The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, and you could say the same thing for the Hammer horror movies. But this is one of my prized possessions. I just got this recently. This is the Hammer horror Captain Kronos, and it is the Super Deluxe Edition Blu-ray 4K collection right here. So this thing has a slipcover. And by the way, I hadn't seen Captain Kronos, and people go, you're doing a vampire, hunter character, and you haven't seen, and you love Hammer horror, and you haven't seen Captain Kronos. And here's the funny thing. Because of the title, I had always thought, I didn't hear the vampire hunter part. I had always thought it was like a science fiction story for some reason. Because Kronos, I guess I associated with Klingons or something. I don't know. But now I adore this movie. It's directed and written by one of my favorite, by the guy who wrote one of my favorite films. But this is all the stuff that's in the deluxe edition of Captain Kronos. Of course, with the actress from The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, Miss Carolyn Monroe. One of the all-time great screen beauties. And love her stuff so much. She's just got such a great... And she talks. It's got a poster in it. It's got these small little photo cards in it that are reproductions of the lobby cards that came out from the movie. It's such a great release, isn't it? Isn't it, William? It's a great release. It's got booklets, the Kronos Chronicles. It's got Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter, the horror classic as a graphic novel. And if I'm not mistaken, this graphic novel would have been done, or is this a recent thing? Hold on a second. Yes, copyright. This adaptation is copyright Designs Patent Act 1988. So Hammer was doing comic book adaptations in their Hammer magazine. I own quite a few of those. Really great. But yeah, look at that. There's a graphic novel. Because I haven't looked at that stuff yet. But there's a beautiful, oh, yeah, I know. I remember when it was announced. And I was like, I must doff my cap. I must doff my cap for that. But yes, it comes with a bonus feature called The House of Clemens. And The House of Clemens is, of course, on the writer-director, and interviews his son. It shows his house, his writing strategy, and it's a fantastic documentary. He was also the showrunner for the British show The Avengers, the original Avengers, which I think a lot of you guys probably know. You know, the bowler cap, the umbrella, and all of that cool stuff. He was a showrunner on that and a writer on that show. And he had one of the best philosophies. When someone was describing him, they go, he had the best philosophy of any writer, which was a simple one, which was ass in chair, pen to paper. And that's all. That's the comic book philosophy, too, for all of us. And sometimes it's ass in chair streaming to promote stuff. And, one of the reasons why I stream and I got into streaming, even though it made me want to hyperventilate. Go watch my earlier streams, by the way, if you want to see a look of true horror and and terror. But John Malin goes, this was before I was even, I think, really even in Comicsgate in terms of I was just back in books. John Malin said, I don't want anyone else to tell me they're an introvert. We're all introverts. We all got into comics because we're introverts. You're not special. Too bad. You got to stream. And I remember thinking, I better start practicing streaming because he has a damn good point. What's up, Tammy D, my girl? You made it. I'm about to wrap up, but dude, it's crazy, man. I those words meant a lot to me. And Tammy, it's so great to see you, channel member OG, and owns got the head sketch tier for the last campaign, and there are two Nosfero paintings I don't own, and they were both head sketches. One is a painting I did of Phantomas that someone asked for as a head sketch, and the other is a painting of Laurel that I did for Tammy, if I'm not mistaken. And so, I hope, or no, was it for Tammy? No, who was it? It wasn't for Tammy. Was it for, no, Tammy? Oh, I know my Tammy story. Who was it? Who got the Laurel one? Is the person who got the Laurel chat in here? Oh, I'm so sorry, Tammy. Yeah, that one, the 20,000 Leagues was a great one. Who? Oh no, I know who it was who got that. It was not you. You were the one I had trouble getting the book to. Oh my god, that was crazy. I had a lot of trouble with Florida mailing stuff. But I did do a head sketch for someone of Laurel, and those are the only two Nosfero related art pieces I don't own. So yeah, when you commission me to do things like that, that's one of the wildest things. But yeah, it's when we lose these actors and these artists, it's terrible. It's a terrible loss in terms of things, and in terms of the knowledge of this history. And what I'm so grateful for is there are a lot of Hammer horror movies right now that are getting or that have documentaries on them for things like Bray Studios. They have things for that give you a glimpse into this time of when these things were small, when everybody knew each other, and when these things got started. And you guys, in a lot of ways, are a part of a time and a place that is truly unique in the history of comics. And I think that Comicsgate is just something incredibly special, and it's a miracle in a lot of ways. And again, it's like I'm almost 50. I've been, doing, comics and illustration and teaching and everything. And I've watched seismic changes happen in all areas of things, and with art and entertainment, this is the most direct line between fans and creators that ever has been, and it's almost like a patron sort of system. And in the truest meaning of the word, it's you guys are, you're not pre-ordering, you're it's bigger than that. It's bigger. When I pre-order something on Amazon and they're like guaranteed the day that, it comes out, which is sometimes true, sometimes not. That's great. That's really cool. People pre-order books. When you back a book, you are making it possible for the thing to be created. It's not a question of creation and then we're going to see how many sales we get. It's like, this will not get created if it doesn't fund. Glad you got to see me again, John. Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pleasure. You know how that is. It's so crazy. It's a crazy thing to describe to people what it was like when I got my copy of CYBERFROG. The first edition of CYBERFROG. And people were talking about there's fluting on the pages. First people were saying it's never going to come out. Then it was the paper had to be thin in order for the foil cover to almost shut. We were just trying to figure this stuff out and trying to deliver on all the crazy things involved in making comics. And everybody who was there. Oh my gosh, Barb, are you gifting memberships again? Oh my Lord, Barb. You're off the chain, as they would say in Hot Fuzz. Barb Rogers gifted 5 more Shanth and Jetty art memberships. Holy cow. And so JS received one. He's going to be so excited, by the way. Mike TV Dub received one. Going to be excited. Jake the Muss received one. Going to be excited. Mechanoids received one. Going to be excited. Mr. Boot received one. Mighty Geek Studios received one. My goodness, guys. Look at this. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Mechanoid didn't receive one. He's just here as a channel member. What am I saying? You are lending your steel to the fight, and it is an honor to do so, my friend. It is an honor to do so. Let me see here. Yeah, woohoo, Barb, says Tammy D. That's right. Tammy D is my gal in Florida. Respect. Yeah, guys. You guys are amazing. Yeah, that's the funny thing to me. I watched Captain Kronos with Mrs. Ingetti, and there were just so many beautiful flourishes of honor and flourishes of the sword. And it's the same reason why I love listening to the audiobooks of Solomon Kane. That's all the stuff that inspires, Nosfero. I don't think that a milady should ever go amiss if it's not I love the idea of yes, milady, and my lord. That stuff is, I'm always gonna have nostalgia for that kind of thing, and I want to write those kinds of stories, and I want there to be, in the second book I always knew this was going to be the case, but I'm like, it's time for me to bring on the flintlocks, and so Nosfero is going to have 2 flintlocks on his side, just like Douglas Fairbanks Sr. and the Black Pirate. That's the goal. It's all random. Even my haters get gifted memberships. I hope you don't have too many haters, Barb. My God. And so, yeah, we must have more cheerleaders for Barb, so here you go.
Charge! Charge!
Yeah, we got twice for the Twilight Zone diner in a sense. And thank you so much, Barb Rogers, for gifting all these memberships. I have a lot of work ahead of me for updating the channel member credits at the end of this show. So, guys, if you have not yet backed Nosfero the Crypt Walker, please do give Nosfero the Crypt Walker a look. Back it if you have not. Help move that needle on this comic book, because it's going to be beautiful. You're going to love it. And I'm not going to take it to print, the first book of Nosfero, for a very long time after this. And it is gone on October 31st. So it will not be available for people to purchase after that, or to fund. And I print to order with room for books to get lost or damaged, but nothing more, because I have nowhere to keep them. So there's not a lot of instances where you're ever going to be able to get certain books, and in particular, Crypt Walker Treasure Trove. Let me call that up real quick while I'm while I'm on the subject. Let me see if that shows up. There we go. This particular tier, of which there is only 10, is where is it? Of which there was only 10. There are 7 are claimed. The Crypt Treasure Trove has the first printing of Nosfero, the first printing of Art Book 1, the first printing of Art Book 2, which is gone after this. You'll never be able to get that book again after this. That's it. I have no more copies. First printing. Sorry, I don't know what that just says right there. All the cards, the first printing bookmark, the art edition, and second oxidized edition or second printing. All signed editions include head sketches. This is the last time Shaun of the Jedi Art Book 2, Rigor Mortrex, will be available, which has some of the first early ideas that would turn into Nosfero. The first painted sequential stuff I did is in that book. There's a couple of pages here and there. And yeah, 7 out of 10 of those are claimed. So if you are looking to be a completist and have everything, this is the only other way you can get everything unless you get it secondhand. Because those books are just, they're gone after this. They're gone like the wind. Yeah, make sure you grab it if you have not yet grabbed it. And thank you guys who have grabbed it for doing so. It much appreciated. And yes, indeed. So let me see here. Okay, so I think I'm more or less caught up, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out on the stream. It's always a pleasure to do this stuff with you guys. In the video sections of this channel, check out just the preview of it's got a temporary sort of AI voice over it right now, and it's not a bad AI voice, but I'm gonna actually record it. But check out the shorts. Check out all of that stuff that I've got going on in the Lovecraft. Peek at the Lovecraft documentary, because what I'm doing is I am showing you Providence photos, historic photos of Providence. At the time Lovecraft was here, I went to college in Providence. I went to the college the artist in the Call of Cthulhu went to. My mentor, who was 50 years to the day older than me, Tom Seguros, had a studio space in the Fleur-de-Lis building, which is where the artist who sculpts the Cthulhu bas-relief had his studio. There's so many coincidences that are terrifying here. And you guys are going to see like a cool look at Providence from someone who went to school there, lives near there, and has done some research into Lovecraft. In this short little preview, it's going to have some really cool stuff for you to get a look at things. So I'm being very thorough. Thank you guys so much. As I always like to say, from the heart of Lovecraft country and the birthplace of American religious liberty, my name is Shaun the Jedi. You've been watching Shaun the Jedi Art. Speak easy, stay gold, keep the faith, and peace be with you guys. Give nihilism no quarter. If you're a channel member, you're going to see your name in the credits here. I thank you so much. And yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, Comic Skate. And I'll keep doing what I'm doing because I'm Comic Skate too. And I will see you guys very, very soon. Again, thank you from my family to yours. I'll see you guys soon. Be seeing you, William Wellborn. See you later, Flutterbat. Have a great night. And absolutely take care and stay safe. See you later, Tammy D. And thank you for being here as always. Thank you for being a channel member. Thank you, Krabby Patty. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Flutterbat, again. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Alphonse Riley. Welcome to being a channel member. Barb Rogers, you're an MVP on this stream. Thank you so much. Thank you to Random McRanderson as well for super chats, Cranberry Langers, and Glass Machine. You guys are much appreciated. Let me see here. Take care, Jeremy Burt's OG channel member, and I appreciate you so much. William Wellborn as well. Be seeing you. Glass Machine, thank you so much again, and good night, my friend, and it's great to have you as a channel member. Take care, guys, and here are the credits, and your name will be in them if you are a channel member the next time they play. Bye, guys.
Good morning, come on in. Coffee's good, fresh and hot. 24 hours a day. Just come.